Chapter 498. A moment later. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized the names of these Gu immortals. Fishing Old Man, Great Immortal Boulder, Lightning Brilliance Heavenly Mother, Old Man Inkstone, so it was you. He finally understood who was targeting him. Most of these Gu immortals were the ones who attacked Langya Blessed Land in his 500 years of memories. These Gu immortals are mostly from northern plains, but there are also people from southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. Together with Old Man Inkstone, this hidden Gu immortal force is truly huge. Because of this unusual confrontation, Fang Yuan learned a lot of information. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was this, and who was the one who created it? In his previous life, he did not know anything about it. He had been kept in the dark. Such a strong force was hiding behind the scenes. It was not a simple poisonous snake, but a fierce tiger in the forest. What was it planning? What was its goal? What kind of role did it play in the future development and the great battle of the 5 regions? What was Old Man Inkstone's position in this force? Thinking about the confrontation earlier, it was like an undercurrent was surging from start to finish. They did not use their full strength, they were only acting. Bystanders would not be able to sense it, they would only think it was a normal bidding war. Even Fang Yuan himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and met with intense competition when buying resources. They attacked secretly and interfered, but after realizing they could not stop them, they quietly stopped. The entire action was like throwing a stone into the water. After a few ripples, the water became calm again. Fang Yuan was clear that the reason why he could escape from the other party's attack was because the Gu recipe from Land Spirit of Langya was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose it, they did not want to attract suspicion, thus they did not use their full strength. Although Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he was now immortal. Even though he had a blessed land, he could not match the combined strength of 2 Gu immortals, not to mention Crane Gate and such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted Old Man Inkstone's attention is likely because of fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he refined an immortal Gu in front of everyone with his mortal body. It was truly too eye-catching and eye-catching. Immortal Gu, even Gu immortals rarely had them. Let alone a top-tier rank 6 Gu like fixed immortal travel. Gu immortals would naturally covet it. It was all because the limelight was too big. But Fang Yuan had no choice. Forced by the situation at that time, he could only do this. Doing so was also the best outcome. There was no better outcome. After such a long time, the news must have spread by now. The Crane Gate will definitely investigate it, but this is actually a good thing. The more they investigate, the more they will know about my background. I am only in my 30s, I am a vagabond from a small clan that was destroyed, a lone cultivator. To be more practical, I am a demonic Gu master. Such a person has low aptitude and lacks resources. He could actually obtain the scene of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and refine Immortal Gu? How is this possible? It is like an ant suddenly growing bigger and swallowing an elephant. The fat pig suddenly grew wings and flew higher than an eagle. In Earth's terms, this was unscientific. This way, they will naturally guess that there is an expert behind me. Such an expert must be at least a powerful and mysterious Gu immortal. And I am only a chess piece pushed out by the person behind the scenes. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people or a super clan or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan would be to self-detonate the Blessed Land, Both sides would suffer heavy losses and no one would be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain. Without the protection of the blessed land, Fang Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Changshan Yin was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Fang Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path. He naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a Gu immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Fang Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in 3 Kings' blessed land, after this battle he lost the initiative. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Crane Gate, Dang Hun Mountain, Mysterious Force, Blessed Land, Earthly Calamity. Although he obtained Hu Immortal blessed land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step, like whips or sides, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Fang Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal gu recipes and obtained 28 immortal yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Fang Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Fang Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path Gu master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path Gu worms in the Gu master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path Gu master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control, and the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains mortal world. The first tier are the 3 great enslavement path masters of the present age, Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya and Yang Pering. But my enslavement path Gu worms originate from Changshan Yin and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains War. Fortunately, Dang Hun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Gu, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of wolf soul Gu to continue transforming wolfmen souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several Gu recipes, many Gu refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 wolf soul Gu for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal yuan stone and only had 3 left. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Relic Gu. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Fang Yuan get the time? Directly using Relic Gu to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal yuan stone, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose Gu worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. If the soul was strong, but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If he used too much strength, before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Fang Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal Blessed Land and cultivated on Dang Hun Mountain. This is the last Guts Gu. Climbing on a cliff, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this Gu. Splat. Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad Gu. Its body was corroded by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's vitality is weakening, the good Guts Gu are getting fewer and fewer, but after these days of collecting because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fang Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then, Chang Shan-yin had 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he took out a white-silver relic Gu. After the previous tests, this white-silver relic Gu had no problems, so Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and inspected his second aperture, nodding in satisfaction. Second aperture has also reached rank 3 peak stage. This way, Fang Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, snow silver primeval essence. Snow silver primeval essence, although it could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, could at least provide some help to Fang Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, rank 3 Gu Masters were the absolute core strength. After I use the yellow gold relic Gu, I will reach rank 4 peak stage, that will be even better. Of course, what makes me the happiest is that my second aperture has given me another vital Gu. In this way, I can have 2 vital Gu. Chapter 499. Disregarding consumable Gu, the Gu Master's first choice of Gu Worm would become her vital Gu. The vital Gu and the Gu Master had the closest relationship. It could be said that their lives were intertwined. No matter which side suffered heavy losses, the other side would also be implicated. The vital Gu had an advantage that other Gu Worms could not reach. That was after the refinement failed, no matter how severe the backlash was, the original Gu Worm could still be preserved. Thus, most Gu Masters treated the vital Gu as their core Gu. Normally speaking, the strongest Gu Worm in a Gu Master's hands was her vital Gu. Once the vital Gu was formed, it was hard to change. However, this situation was not absolute. If a Gu Master obtained an extremely good Gu Worm and wanted to nurture it as their vital Gu, they would have to destroy the original vital Gu. But this action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital Gu was destroyed, the Gu Master would be greatly implicated. At best, they would suffer heavy injuries, at worst, they would die. After rebirth, Fang Yuan's vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada, sleeping in the center of his first aperture, unable to move. Now that he had the second aperture, he had a chance to choose his second vital Gu. Even though he could guess it from the Gu recipe, the real opportunity to choose made Fang Yuan happy. Which Gu should he choose as the crucial second vital Gu? Immortal Gu had to be eliminated first. The second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture. It was hard to store immortal Gu. Spring-autumn cicada was a special case. Other than spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan still had fixed immortal travel. Gruel Mud, 2 immortal Gu. But Gruel Mud Immortal Gu could only be used once. If he used it as his vital Gu, after the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu disappeared, Fang Yuan would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Such a foolish thing. Fang Yuan naturally would not do it. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away in poison grassland, it was not worth mentioning. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. This was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. He wanted to walk the path of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Gu was necessary, It was also the most ideal strength path core. Previously, Fang Yuan schemed against undefeated 100 battles Gu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Gu during the refinement process. But due to a freak combination of circumstances, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to refine the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. As long as the all-out effort Gu became his second vital Gu, Fang Yuan would no longer have to worry about failing the Gu refinement. He had lost this precious Gu worm. 2 days. In a flash. After leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used Stargate Gu and returned to Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was different from the outside world. Time flowed 5 times faster than normal. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but he had only spent 1 night in Northern Plains. It was dawn. On the horizon, there was a soft purple and white color. As the sun rose, the wild grass in the distance gradually turned from its original black color to an oily green. The crescent moon lake was sparkling with golden light. The morning light shone on Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked to his side. The originally sparse wolf pack. Many white wolf silhouettes filled up the wolf pack. These were all water wolves. The number had already exceeded 10,000. They were led by a water wolf myriad beast king and had 6,000 wolf kings. As for the other vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated wolf group and others, Fang Yuan did not bring them out. It would be too eye-catching and sudden to bring them out at once. Fang Yuan disguised as Chang Shan-yin because he wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain. But if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the crescent moon lake, the Gu masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhong Feiyo, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black-skinned fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhang, angrily roared. Bullshit. We had an agreement back then. Our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus, this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory, so of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Feiyo, sneered. Chai clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zhang's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded, shameless. Our Chai clan is breaking camp today to rush to the heroes' assembly. Of course we have to pass through here. Zhong Feiyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, so, this is your Chai clan's fault. You could have passed through here. Why did you have to pass through my clan's camp? Chai clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. Zhong Feiyu, isn't your table manners too ugly? Chai Zhang gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered, if your Chai clan is not convinced, we can have a contest. Chai clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong clan was strong. If they fought, Chai clan would definitely suffer. As Chai clan leader, Chai Zhang was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skinned fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhang would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhang was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl, howl, the howls of the wolves rose and fell, ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation, It's a wolf group. It's noon right now, and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zhang's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Chang Shan-yin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. Their Zhong clan also wanted to join young Master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources, but at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the two clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group. Someone could not help but exclaim. Hiss, such a scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience, he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the two clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Chang Shan-yin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Pei, Bei, and Zheng clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated, let alone Chang Shan-yin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shan-yin. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was expressionless, riding on the hump wolf. He straightened his upper body according to Chang Shan-yin's habits. His gaze was like an arrow, sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shan-yin's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shan-yin's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night, many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei, Bei, and Zheng clans were all experienced mid-sized clans. And Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. The two felt the same bitterness in their hearts. The two sides that were fighting earlier now had the intention to cooperate. This trick of fate really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Chang Shan-yin, I, Zhong Feiyu, have heard of your fame. Zhong Feiyu gritted his teeth, stepping out of the crowd and bowing deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the Grand Tribe leader Zhong Feiyu's actions. The other party was Chang Shan-yin. But before Zhong Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you, scram, don't hinder me." Zhong Feiyu's eyes opened wide. An unconcealable anger and humiliation could be seen in his eyes. But he did not retort, instead lowering his head and bowing towards Fang Yuan, before turning around and gathering Zhong tribe's Gu masters. Retreat. Chai Zhang observed his expression and quickly shouted, "We will retreat too." Immediately, the crowd surged as the Gu masters quickly retreated to a faraway place. Soon, only the wolf group and Fang Yuan were left at the lakeside that was originally filled with people. Of course, there were also those 3 slow black skin fat beetles that could not be taken away in time. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black skin fat beetles and did not mind them. The things that the 2 tribes were fighting over, in his opinion, were not attractive enough. Chapter 500. There were more than 4,000 water wolves living in this water wolf lair, a pack of 1,000 beasts. Although water wolves rarely set foot on land, it was a different matter if their home was invaded by foreign enemies. Sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group rushing over, this wild water wolf group left the den and attacked together, clashing with Fang Yuan's wolf group. Being obstructed, Fang Yuan's wolf group's momentum slowed down. But he snorted and activated Wolf Howl Gu, at the same time sending 3 groups of reinforcements to reinforce them. The wild water wolf group only lasted for a while before they could not endure the pressure and were immediately dispersed, losing their momentum. Far away. "Patriarch, our things are still there." An elder of the Chai family gazed into the distance unwillingly. Chai tribe leader Chai Zhang heaved a deep sigh. "Forget it, if we lose it, it is better than losing our lives. Should we stay and take a look?" A person like Changshan Yin might not be interested in these 3 black skin fat beetles. Another Chai tribe elder was hoping for a fluke. But Chai Zhang understood and snorted. "If you are not afraid of offending Changshan Yin and provoking his massacre, you can stay." This Chai tribe elder's expression froze. Do you think Zhong tribe did not think of this? Even if Changshan Yin is not interested, we will not be able to get these resources. Sigh, with an expert like Changshan Yin here, we cannot stay in this crescent lake anymore. Let's continue and leave. Chai Zhang waved his hand. His tone was filled with helplessness, hatred, and even more helplessness. Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe with weak strength. Especially during the 10-year blizzard, when the imperial court contended for supremacy, dragons and snakes rose from the land, the whole of northern plains was filled with endless disputes and chaos. Tribes like Chai tribe were like small boats in the whirlpool of chaos, drifting along with the wind and rain. Only by attaching themselves to a stronger force could they increase their chances of survival. Chai tribe broke camp and left without any hesitation. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with a face full of lingering fear. "Lord, Wolf Wangda obtained complete victory. He destroyed that wolf den with a flip of his hand. Out of more than 4,000 water wolves, he managed to recruit close to 3,000, and he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Zhong clan trembled when they heard this. This kind of casualty ratio was truly terrifying. No wonder his wolf pack could be replenished so quickly. "Lord Patriarch, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Changshan Yin's command has already transcended the mortal realm. It has become a form of art." The investigative Gu master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and added. Zhong Feiyu snorted coldly, not willing to lower his own morale. He forcefully said, "Changshan Yin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this pack of wild wolves was only 1,000 beast king. Once they started fighting, the water wolves would be suppressed by the myriad wolf king, and their battle strength would be weakened. It was also easier to incorporate them. Where did the 3 black skin fat beetles go?" The investigative Gu master replied, "They were captured by Changshan Yin." Zhong Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly. This time, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the resources, he even offended Chai clan. Speaking of which, Chai clan and Zhong clan were in-laws and had a close relationship before. Otherwise, they would not have migrated together, choosing to stay next to each other and help each other when setting up camp. However, the world was cruel. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the 2 clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Fei Yu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Chang Shan Yin, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan's strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan. There are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first, after we join young Master Lu Wenwu. One day we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Gu tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Gu tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Gu Guang sensed Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered, it is time to do so. Back then, Chang Shan Yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards, he fought with Ha-Tu Gu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now, his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment Gu. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Gu tribe camp was expanding, and along the way, they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Gu tribesmen. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, but also the beauty of war. Gu tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Gu tribe had annexed Bei tribe and Zheng tribe. Their strength had expanded greatly. These days, they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery Gu. If we have large numbers of slavery Gu, we can put these slave Gu masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Gu tribe's battle strength. Gu Guang sighed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, they were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong souls. Thus, basically, a Gu master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. The number of slave Gu masters was even lesser. Usually, a Gu master could only control 1 slave Gu master. If there were more, the burden on the soul would be greater. And for those slave Gu masters with strong souls, to control them, one would need to have a stronger soul than the slave Gu master. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get large numbers of slavery Gu. But this way, he would expose many things. In his plan, the Gu family was only a chess piece. He did not need to think for them. Next, I will continue my closed cultivation and cultivate. Take care of these wolf groups. Fang Yuan said. Yes. Gu Guang quickly replied respectfully, but he was complaining inwardly. Gu tribe was expanding now and needed manpower. They were lacking in manpower. When the wolf group increased in size, the burden of feeding them would be even heavier, and this would consume a lot of Gu tribe's manpower. But Fang Yuan's next words made this young Gu tribe leader elated. I brought a lot of resources this time. They were obtained when I took in the wolves. All of you can use them, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles must be kept safe for me. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. In the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Gu tribe's camp, staying in seclusion and cultivating hard. His second aperture needed to continue raising his cultivation. Although his soul had 1,000-man soul achievement, he still needed wolf soul Gu to strengthen it, until it became a 1,000-man level wolfman soul. At the same time, he needed to continue raising his strength, using Jun's strength Gu. When he needed to relax, he would take out the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles and inspect them. Chai tribe's painstaking collection of resources was very strange. They were all gray-white stone slabs. But on the surface of these stone slabs, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines tangled together, Some were like words, while some were like landscape paintings. If these stone slabs were real, then they had a huge origin. Tracing back to the source, it could be traced back to the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu's 9 women, carefree wisdom heart. The legends of Renzu recorded that in order to save wisdom gu, carefree wisdom heart came to Qian Kuan crystal wall. Qian Kuan crystal wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. In the mirror, there was a book mountain. On Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the mountain rocks and forming a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to fall, crashing into the literature spring and creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, each water droplet turned into words. This was the origin of the 100 Clans language in the Gu Master world. Later, when Qian Kuan crystal wall was broken, it split into countless gray-white stone slabs. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered and pieced together, Qian Kuan crystal wall could be reformed, allowing Gu Masters to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, even Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Precisely because of this, a large number of replicas of these stone slabs appeared. These replicas were hard to differentiate from the real ones, unless one was an experienced treasure appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished treasure appraiser Gu Immortal was the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, the one who possessed treasure light Gu, Daoist many treasures. But even he could only identify 70 to 80% of them. There were simply too many replicas, too many Gu Masters tried to replicate them, there was even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable among them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu Immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic, they could even compare to the real ones. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu Venerables had not succeeded in this. Fang Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life, he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business. He had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now, he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake, and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. Chapter 501. The ink lines kept changing, and after a while, they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain, and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top, as if it led underground. At this place there were 2 words, Diqiu. Diqiu was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner, there was a river. At the bottom of the map, there were 4 sentences, light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms and snow. Fang Yuan mumbled, and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem, but it was not. Saying it was a Gu recipe was somewhat plausible. But Fang Yuan was sure of one thing. These 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Fang Yuan's hand became white, with nothing on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map, without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing, but painting will Gu. This stone slab was planted with painting will Gu. This Gu can form a picture and enter deep into the Gu Master's memory, causing the Gu Master to never forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently, this was an inheritance left behind by a Gu Master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Fang Yuan had obtained many clear Gu, sunlight Gu, moonlight Gu, and so on from Gu tribe's treasury. Just now, he had used these Gu worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab secret. The Gu master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting Gu. He also used other Gu worms to form this effect. This Gu master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor, he spent a lot of effort. Fang Yuan smiled. He had not expected to obtain a clue to a Gu master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous Gu masters or demonic Gu masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Fang Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way, the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were Gu immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 Gu masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on, many Gu masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the Gu masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Di Qiu is. After obtaining the Di Qiu inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Fang Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and refine Gu at the same time. From the accumulation of the two clans, he obtained an improved Gu recipe. Fang Yuan felt it was quite interesting. From Gu tribe's treasury, he took out some Gu worms, and spent a few days. After failing twice, he raised the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu to rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu. Speaking of which, he had almost never used this Eagle Wings Gu in his possession. It was only when Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland and arrived near Hong Yen Valley, near Gu tribe's camp, that he met several clans that were opening a market and bought it from the market. Wolf King Changshan was not an expert in flying. Fang Yuan naturally would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. If he used it in the future, it would definitely shock the world. Changshan had disappeared for more than 10 years. It was a great excuse. Nobody knew what fortuitous encounters he had. Why was it impossible to become a flying master? A few days after the Eagle Rise Gu was refined, Gu Guang personally visited Fang Yuan, bringing the latest information. Ma tribe has already annexed Fei tribe, becoming the main character of Tianchuan Heroes Assembly. In Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu master. New Air Tuesday. Chao Fu's Zhao tribe? That Zhao Lianyun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the amazing woman who will become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future, is still a young girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe is in the limelight this time. They are clearly planning to go all out and fight for the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is in line with my previous life's memories. But I wonder if Ma Hongyun has appeared? Fang Yuan thought as he recalled. He vaguely remembered that in this contest for the Imperial Court, Ma tribe's performance was extremely strong, especially in the early stages. They had a strong army and united will, defeating many strong enemies. But the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The tallest pile on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Ma tribe was in the limelight too much. They were targeted by the veteran Huang Jin tribes one after another. After several fierce battles, although they won all of them, they were extremely bitter and suffered great losses. Finally, Ma tribe was cornered by He Lulan and was surrounded from all sides. He tribe had the advantage in numbers, but Ma tribe's defense was tight and they held their ground. He Lulan led the troops to fight, but they could not take down the tribe for a long time. Seeing that the blizzard was coming, they could only force a truce. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they obtained many quotas to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun did not know what kind of dog shit luck he had to actually be able to enter. Using this opportunity, he obtained a portion of the immortal venerable's inheritance in 88 Treasure Tower, thus becoming the capital to rise up in the future. At this time, Guguang asked Fang Yuan for guidance. Supreme Elder, right now, the Heroes Assembly is already in full swing. At our Yution's Heroes Assembly, heroes are emerging one after another, experts are fighting, the winds are surging. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the strongest, the other forces are all inferior. Right now, only our power remains at the Crescent Moon Lake. Even the large tribes are rushing to Yution to participate in the Heroes Assembly. After these days of recuperation, we have already digested the results of the battles and stabilized the situation. If we do not set off now, we will not make it in time. Fang Yuan nodded. The Heroes Assembly was a mutual test, and also an alliance between the various forces. Although Gu tribe's strength had increased greatly, it was only a mid-sized tribe. If they could not participate in the Heroes Assembly and left the rules of the game, they would be ostracized and the impact would be huge. The tribe leader of Gu tribe was Guguang, but ever since Fang Yuan became the supreme elder, his decisions could dictate the actions of Gu tribe. In these days, Guguang and the other higher-ups of the tribe had been waiting anxiously. They did not have the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, and did not know that this Yution's Heroes Assembly would be an exciting battle, and so it ended the latest. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements for this. He waved his hand and said to Guguang, although the tribe has stabilized, but it is only on the surface. In the dark, the hearts of the people are still wavering. If we really fight, even if we have the foundation of a mid-sized tribe, we do not have the strength to match it. Guguang lowered his head and listened respectfully to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan continued, the battles of the Yution's Heroes Assembly have just begun. There is no rush to go there, we need to make a trip to Onion Valley first. Onion Valley? Guguang showed a puzzled expression. Onion Valley was a place similar to Crescent Lake. The valley was vast and filled with green onions. It had a unique ecology. There were large numbers of beast groups, even more than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were also large numbers of wild goo worms. Among them, there was a famous rank 2 goo, onion explosion goo. This goo looked like a green onion, but it was not green-white, but bright like fire. Once it was activated, it would emit an extremely intense smell. When wild beasts smell this smell, they would become extremely violent and aggressive, easily attacking others. Thus, Onion Valley was a much more dangerous place than Crescent Lake. Why did they not participate in the Heroes Assembly, but instead go to such a dangerous place? But soon after, Fang Yuan gave the reason. Long ago, I raised a wolf group in Onion Valley. After these years of nurturing, they should have developed and grown stronger. So that's it. Guguang's eyes brightened. To nurture an enslavement path Gu master, they expended a huge amount of resources. Just the amount of food they needed to feed wild beasts was a huge number. These days, Gu tribe had expended a lot to take care of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Guguang had a painful and clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path Gu masters would choose to raise them. They would choose a place with a suitable environment and raise the beasts as seeds. Once in a while, they would check on them. If the beast group grew stronger, that would be a gain. Of course, the probability of a gain was low. In most cases, the beast group would be weakened or even completely wiped out. But even so, most enslavement path Gu masters would still choose to do this. After all, enslavement path cultivation had a huge burden on resources. How many mortal Gu masters could be like Fang Yuan, directly raising their wolf group in a blessed land? Guguang immediately understood when he heard Fang Yuan's words. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this Heroes Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fang Yuan's words made Guguang nod, agreeing. Supreme Elder is right. When do we set off? Chapter 502. The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile. The water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Wuxian of northern plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now, there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Wuxian's Heroes Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days, all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now, there were only 2 strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulun. Right now, the 2 forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the 2 forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, 2 Northern Plains Gu masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the 2 people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic, they were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. One of the middle-aged Gu masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply, before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into Water Wall Gu. Rise! He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall and was immediately extinguished. "Ha!" the spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded. Bam! The explosion was deafening, like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion, it is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously, this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Lulun and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water Demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water Demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Ha! It is our victory! Lord Chai Ming is mighty!" Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. In contrast, He Lulun's side was either silent or curling their lips. "Brother Lu Lun, thanks for letting me win." Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat, smiling as he cupped his fists towards He Lulun, appearing graceful. He Lulun's expression was ugly, he snorted coldly and was about to say something to keep up appearances. But right at this time, swoosh, a soft sound was heard, and Chai Ming looked at his chest in shock. Suddenly, an aqueous sharp blade appeared from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw his father's killer, Hao Ji Lu, with his face full of blisters, looking at him in a sorry state while sneering at him. "This is the real body, then what is under my feet?" Chai Ming was extremely puzzled. Right at this time, Hao Jilu, under his feet, suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. It is water image goo. Someone exclaimed. Water image goo is a rare rank 4 goo to begin with, but Water Demon clearly used other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The shouts in his ears made Chai Ming understand the reason for his defeat. Despicable. He said the last words of his life, before dying on the spot with an extremely unresigned mood. Lord Chai Ming. At once, countless people cried out in grief. My brother! Chai tribe leader's face was filled with tears. Haha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed, not concealing his joy. He gave a thumbs up to Water Demon who was walking down the stage. Hao Ji Lu, you did well. Come, drink this cup of wine. Many thanks for Lord's reward. Water Demon walked down the stage. The burns all over his body caused him to grimace in pain, but he still received the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Such good wine. He gave a flattering smile, passing the wine bowl to He Lulan. Although everyone looked down on his flattery, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and he also had a notorious reputation, so no one mocked or ridiculed him. He Lulan waved his hand, saying in a hoarse and rough voice, This wine bowl is also for you. Come, Yen Chui Air, give me a new bowl, and pour me your best wine. Following his call, a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous dress, obediently walked forward and placed a wine bowl on the table in front of He Lulan, before gracefully filling it with wine. It was Yen tribe's young miss, Lu Wenwu's fiancée. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had kidnapped her and offered her to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan could not wait to bring Yen Chui Air along in the heroes' assembly to attack Lu Wenwu. Lu tribe's young master, you cannot win against me. Why don't you admit defeat, and I will return your fiancée to you. He Lulan drank a mouthful of wine, wiping the wine stains on his beard. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? Although this girl is a beauty, how can she replace the aspirations of men like us? Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. That's right, such a person is worthy of us following. Lu tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women, women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others, but by Giant Sun Immortal. The descendants of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in northern plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in northern plains, and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily, Your Lu tribe has always been good at talking, you have a silver tongue. But so what? Come, let's send people to the arena again, let's fight. Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Yen Chui Air, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of northern plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me, he is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the heroes' assembly, I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were Righteous Path and Demonic Path, there was no lack of famous people. But right now, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze, they all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar, Big brother, Don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here. Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in. Everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular. He had a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His skin was as black as ink. His lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin. Such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background. This person is actually an Inkman. Rockmen, Eggmen, hairy men and Inkmen, they were not descendants of Rinzhu, but variant humans. Inkmen were recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming Inkmen. Big brother, I am late. This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. It is good that you are here. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. Everyone, this is my sworn brother, Mo Shirquang, when I was roaming the world in my early years. Mo Shirquang. Young Master Lu has good eyesight. He is just a mere variant human and wants to seduce him. Never mind, let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On He Lolan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. Come. Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Mo Shirquang. Mo Shirquang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage, "Die!" Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble. A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path. Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move, the outcome was clear. Hiss. Chapter 503. He Lulan looked at Mo Shirquang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Mo Shirquang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Mo Shirquang turned Viper lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Mo Shirquang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Mo Shirquang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength, even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side, are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. Mo Shir madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness, he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of He Lolan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Xiao. He Lulan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. He Xiao expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then, a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. He Lulan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth, she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Imo Kwang's background. Imo Kwang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come, eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Xiui. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Xiui's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Xiui forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Seeing this, Imo Kwang became even happier. He was different from ordinary inkmen. He was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted, "Again!" Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Xiui, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Xiui. Bam bam bam. The fist chi struck He Xiui's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Xiui seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The scattered chi was completely absorbed by the 9 ghost faces. When Imo Kwang's indiscriminate bombardment stopped, the halo above He Xiui's head emitted a pale green light, shining on the flying bone shields and repairing the cracks on the shields. "Your thing, I'll return it to you." He Xiui sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths and continuously spat out dozens of fist chi. Impressively, Imo Kwang's attacks were returned intact. Imo Kwang looked at the dozens of fist chi pouncing towards him and was dazed for a moment. He was continuously hit and smashed onto the ground. Haha, rank 4 peak stage is only SOSO. Immediately, someone started to clamor outside the arena. "Young master!" The person beside Lu Wenwu nervously called out, "He Xiui is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Troop, a rank 4 upper stage Gu master and most proficient in defense. Should we call Imo Kwang back?" "No matter." Lu Wenwu was not nervous at all, instead smiling with a trace of schadenfreude as he looked at He Lulan and He Xiui in the arena. "My third brother's temperament is to fight as if it is his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Now, you guys just wait to watch a good show." Refreshing, so refreshing. Imo Kwang suddenly let out wild laughter and slowly climbed up from the ground. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at He Xiui with a burning gaze. "You are a bit interesting, worthy of me using half of my strength," Imo Kwang seriously said. He Xiui was naturally displeased. "Shameless boaster, bring it on." Imo Kwang's majestic body shook and a strong inhuman aura like that of a lion, tiger, bear or elephant burst out, pressuring everyone's hearts. He fiercely jumped into the sky, his aura overflowing like a demon god as he raised his right foot. He shouted excitedly, his right foot aiming at He Xiui and fiercely stomped. Wind suddenly blew and the majestic air condensed into a huge foot. This foot was as big as a hill and faintly transparent, carrying an incomparably fierce aura as it rapidly descended. Such an attack! For a moment not only He Xiui, but also He Lulan and the others stared with their eyes wide open. "Defend, use all your strength." Several rank 3 Gu masters responsible for defending and maintaining the area furiously shouted. As the huge foot stomped down, He Xiui clenched his teeth and quickly controlled 56 flying bone shields to block it. But the flying bone shields could not even withstand the pressure in the blink of an eye and were completely crushed under the stomp of the huge foot. Soon after, the huge foot smashed down like a mountain peak. The pale green circle of light was instantly shattered. The 9 ghost faces desperately swallowed, but they only managed to weaken 1/10 of the power before collapsing. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Xiui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Xiui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Xiui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground, on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Xiui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Xiui was the youngest son of a He tribe's supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Emo Shirkwang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Xiui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Xiui back for me." Immediately, 2 figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosened the barrier. "Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless. He actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well." An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly. But Lu Wenwu chuckled, "No matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power." "A bunch of scoundrels!" Emo Shirkwang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging a 1,000-jun heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh! For a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. "Courting death. Kill him. Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together." He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the qi arm. "Ha, good." Emo Shirkwang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. "Not good, 3rd brother is going crazy again." Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand, "Everyone, quickly follow me to help." Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield. The heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. Emo Shirkwang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Xiui. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. "Oh no! This is only the heroes' assembly. We cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl. Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Chapter 504. What's going on? A wolf tide is coming. So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and so on. There are also water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. Cries of surprise rang out, and the chaotic battle gradually came to a stop. One by one, they turned around and looked. In the sky, the vast wolf group was like a surging tide. All sorts of northern plains wolf groups gathered together and pressed forward. The dark and vigorous night wolf, the graceful wind wolf, the sturdy turtleback wolf, the snow-white water wolf, the scarlet-red vermilion flame wolf. These wolf groups advanced side by side. Each wolf group had at least tens of thousands of members. At once, the huge wolf group filled everyone's vision, causing a chill to rise in their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Under the escort of the wolf group, a tribe slowly moved forward. Large numbers of slug goo, black-skin fat beetles carrying abundant resources, and lizard house goo moving their limbs. There were many flags, and among them, there was a huge flag that represented the king's tent. On the blue flag, there was a large goo character. It's Goo tribe. In that case, this wolf group belongs to Xianxia. Didn't Xianxia fight 3 tribes in a row? Why is the scale of his wolf group so huge? Everyone had similar suspicions in their hearts. According to the information, Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get so many water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's expression was grim. Big brother. Immortal Kwang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The vast wolf group in front of him made him inwardly shocked. The source of the water wolves is easy to explain. After all, Goo tribe has been stationed by Crescent Lake for a long time. The wolf groups there are the most water wolves. But who can tell me, what is going on with this 80,000 vermilion flame wolf group? Vermilion flame wolf is much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. It is the wolf species with the strongest attack among ordinary wolves. We have investigated very clearly, but how did Xianxia suddenly get such a terrifying force? Who can tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders were in their hearts. He scolded the intelligence personnel of his own clan. Let's not talk about the vermilion flame wolf pack for now. Is that the largest night wolf, the Wolf Emperor? Zhong Feiyou pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In fact, when the night wolf emperor appeared, it had already attracted countless gazes. It really is the nocturnal wolf emperor. The wolf emperor's majestic presence was unmistakable. After Bei Chao Chuan identified it, he said hoarsely. The crowd was in an uproar. Wolf emperor. This was the battle strength of a rank 5 Goo master. Xianxia was only a rank 4 Goo master, but he could actually control a wolf emperor? No matter what, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, a hero of northern plains, a legend who had once killed Hatu Goo and his group of bandits by himself. Damn it! His strength. How did it grow so fast? With the wolf emperor in his hands, he is already comparable to Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya, and Yang Poing. The vengeful Pei Yanfei clenched his fists. The huge wolf pack made him feel powerless and defeated. Seeing the pack of wolves gradually approaching, everyone's expression became solemn and fearful. The chaotic battle had completely stopped. Everyone gathered around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan, forming a formation. Next, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the white-eyes wolf with Gu Guang and the rest behind him, arriving in front of He Lulan. Wolf King Xianxia, I have long heard of your great name. He Lulan was the first to greet. He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear. His mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature. There were rumors in northern plains. Fang Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white. He had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-feet ink man with black skin and white hair. Like a door god, he was the #1 general of Northern Plains in this imperial court contest, Mo Shikwang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Xianxia and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Goo tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Chang Shan-yin wanted revenge and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm, but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the Imperial Court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we work together? He Lulan's pupils dilated. She could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly. It is my honor to have Wolf King's help. On He tribe's side, there was an uproar. Cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Ji Lu, greets Wolf Wang de, Water Demon greeted Fang Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Ji Lu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Chang Shan-yin, then he could only kill Hao Ji Lu to express his goodwill to Chang Shan-yin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. It's fine, just perform well in the future. Hao Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief. Ah, Wolf King is broad-minded, such magnanimity, I admire you. He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Ji Lu was rank 4 upper stage, an absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Chang Shan-yin? Sigh, it is a pity that things have come to this. I am powerless to turn the situation around. He sighed in his heart. Yan Shui Air was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yan tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. He Luanwu could not do that. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side, what do you think? Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you. Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Emo Kwang by his side, but Wolf King Chang Shan-yin had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future? This way, all the tribes in the Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. Ha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now was not the time to fight each other. Outside Yutian, there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance, they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded, "Where did Chang Shan-yin's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly." "Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake." The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here, we can just kill that Chang Shan-yin." Emo Kwang consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master, the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Chang Shan-yin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Emo Kwang's shoulder. "Third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you." "Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us three brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear?" Emo Kwang laughed heartily. "Second brother?" Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. "That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion. If we work together, Chang Shan-yin is not our match. But for now, let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first, accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves." "Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you. At the same time, in another group, He Lulan laughed loudly, haha, after today, when the news of the Yution Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Xianxia, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished. Fang Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fang Yuan. Not only did he treat Chang Xianxia as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fang Yuan his brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then, I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years, they had grown to such a large scale. Ge Guang, who was at the side, added, "That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups." The truth was, after Fang Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu Immortal blessed land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Ge tribe, everyone was shocked. This way, the entire Ge tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. The evidence was irrefutable. Brother Xianxin's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move. There are very few harvests. Brother being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven. Even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us. They do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Chang Xianxia. But Fang Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. This time, I came out to take revenge and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Pring, Jiang Baoya, and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court blessed land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, before taking out a goo worm and handing it to Fang Yuan. A good goo should be given to a hero. Brother Xianxia came to join me, that means you think highly of me. This rank 5 goo is my greeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look. This was turtle jade wolf skin goo. It had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 turtle jade wolf skin goo's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a goo. Fang Yuan could communicate with jewel yellow skies, and could get rank 5 goo. But this turtle jade wolf skin goo coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this goo, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort, and most importantly, immortal yuan stone. One had to know that Fang Yuan only had 2 immortal yuan stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. Alright, then I won't be polite. Fang Yuan said as he grabbed the goo without any politeness. Chapter 505. 12 days later. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His muscles relaxed and tensed, his mind was calm as he paid attention to the turtle jade wolf skin goo in his aperture. Right now, this goo was floating on the primeval sea in his first aperture, constantly being injected with primeval essence and emitting a jade light. The light passed through the aperture and shone on Fang Yuan's skin from inside to outside. Gradually, the light dimmed. The whole turtle jade wolf skin goo dissipated into specks of light and was completely destroyed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle jade wolf skin goo was an expendable goo, imprinting Dao marks on the goo master's body, similar to the copper skin goo and iron bone goo he had used before. These days, I have been cultivating non-stop and finally refined my skin into turtle jade wolf skin. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, inspecting the skin on his arm. His skin seemed to be the normal color of flesh. But when Fang Yuan took out a dagger and fiercely slashed at his arm, the turtle jade wolf skin goose effect was immediately activated. The skin that was cut by the dagger immediately turned green, with faint turtle shell-like markings. When the dagger cut the skin, it was like hitting iron or jade, but there was a sense of flexibility. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Turtle jade wolf skin goo is rank 5. Its defense is quite outstanding. Most importantly, it does not need to be activated. As long as it is attacked, it will show its defensive effect. It does not consume primeval essence and is extremely practical. Rank 5 goo were not hard to obtain for goo immortals. But for mortal goo masters, they were very rare. Many rank 5 goo masters only had one rank 5 goo. Some did not even have rank 5 goo, and could only use rank 4 goo. The moment He Lulan met, she used turtle jade wolf skin goo to win over Fang Yuan. In the eyes of others, it was a huge move. Although rank 5 goo did not have a high position in Fang Yuan's heart, he could still see He Lulan's sincerity. Turtle jade wolf skin is complete. Next is strength path training. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, seizing every minute and tirelessly increasing his strength. He took out a strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight. After being infused with quintessential essence, it floated above Fang Yuan's head. Then, it blossomed with a mysterious radiance that radiated across Fang Yuan's entire body, engraving a certain Dao pattern of strength onto his body. As time passed, Fang Yuan's strength was slowly but steadily increasing. All along, he had never stopped cultivating strength path. The 5 strength of 10 Jun goo he bought earlier had already been used up. Right now, he was using the strength of 10 Jun goo from He tribe's treasury. Up until now, Fang Yuan's body already had 60 Jun of strength accumulated in the deepest part of his body. 10 Jun was 300 Jin of strength, 60 Jun was 1,800 Jin of strength. On Earth, the green dragon crescent blade only weighed 82 kilograms. Now I have already refined all my skin into turtle jade wolf skin. This way, I can bear at least 100 Jun of strength. Over 100 Jun of strength is the foundation of a rank 5 goo. Jin strength goo and Jun strength goo's recipes were created by the rank 7 goo Immortal Chudu. It was easier to refine than the traditional beast strength goo, and the cost was also lower. Thus, it was widely spread in northern plains. Fang Yuan gave up on beast shadow goo and chose Jun strength goo. Not only was it advancing with the times, it was also convenient for his future cultivation and could even disguise his identity. But Jun strength goo still could not solve the core problem of strength path. Fang Yuan had 60 Jun of strength, but he could only display a small portion of his strength path foundation. To solve this problem, he had to rely on the all-out effort goo. All-out effort goo could freely display the goo master's strength. It was worthy of being a core strength path goo. Thus, Fang Yuan made it his vital goo in his second aperture. But this all-out effort goo was only rank 3. After reaching northern plains, it was suppressed by the region and could only be rank 2. Fang Yuan currently lacked the rank 4 all-out effort goo's recipe. As long as he could refine this goo to rank 4 in northern plains, it would be the same as obtaining a new life in northern plains. That was equivalent to obtaining a new life in northern plains, and they would no longer be suppressed by northern plains. But it is not easy to accumulate more strength. Turtle jade wolf skin can help in bearing strength, but it is not beneficial to the development of enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I only have one body. In this world, there were very few things that could satisfy both sides. If he took care of strength path, he could not take care of enslavement path as well. If he wanted to take care of enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have used turtle jade wolf skin, but another rank 5 goo called wolf totem goo. This goo was used to store wolf groups. It could be stored on his skin, and every time a wolf was stored, a wolf tattoo would appear on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path goo masters would choose the corresponding beast totem goo and store their trump card on their body. At the crucial moment, the goo master only needed to shake their body and they could summon this trump card to fight for them. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used the rank 4 impermanence bone gu to allow his body to bear a stronger soul. But impermanence bone gu had no benefits to strength path. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to cultivate both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. It would easily cause his energy to be divided, and he would end up in a situation where he could not please both sides. The problems Fang Yuan was facing now were not just these. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and once again gave him the pressure of death. During this period of time, he frequently entered and exited the blessed land, causing starlight firefly gu to be scarce. Crane Gate was eyeing Hu immortal blessed land covetously, because of fixed immortal travel, the mysterious force's attention, the problem of retrieving fixed immortal travel and gruel mud, Hu immortal blessed land's earthly calamity, the crisis of death on Dang Hun Mountain, as well as the mental pressure of constantly disguising as Chang Shan Yin and not exposing any flaws. The situation was deteriorating. He was trapped both internally and externally. But this way, I can look forward to breaking through all the obstacles and breaking out of the encirclement. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, calming his mind and walking out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, 2 rank 3 gu masters were standing like door guardians. Wolf King's identity was related to the big picture. After arriving at He tribe camp, he was tightly protected. Greetings, Wolf Wang De. The 2 gu masters saw Fang Yuan coming out and immediately bowed, reporting, Lord He Lulan invites Lord to a banquet. He has important matters to discuss. After returning to He tribe camp, He Lulan had a big banquet every 3 days and a small banquet every 5 days. She had invited Fang Yuan many times, but Fang Yuan had rejected all of them with the reason of cultivation. Fang Yuan was racing against time to raise his strength. This action was in line with Chang Shan Yin's prideful nature. It was not sudden. But this banquet was not ordinary. Important matters to discuss? Fang Yuan's footsteps paused, changing his attitude towards banquets. Then let's go. The cultivation secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and came to the surface. It was already night time and the stars were shining brightly. Rushing to the banquet, it was indeed the matter of the alliance blood vow. These banquets were not for He Lulan's extravagance, but to discuss with the various tribe leaders to discuss the specific alliance agreement. The heroes' assembly was only the first step. Only by truly establishing the alliance could the strength of all the tribes be united. The alliance agreement discussed all aspects, trying to guarantee the benefits of all the tribes. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and found there were no problems, so he used the poison vow gu with everyone. The poison vow gu could effectively restrict each other. It was also the foundation of mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was an exception. He had the gu recipe of breaking one's word gu. This gu was developed by a Western Desert tribe leader 200 years later. Back then in Shangclan City, Fang Yuan had broken the poison vow with Bai Ning Bing. Right now, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies. To remove the poison vow, he only needed to refine the breaking one's word gu again. Inside the main tent, the lights were brightly lit, and each tribe was seated. He Lulan sat at the central seat. Fang Yuan was the first to her left, while Gu Guang stood behind Fang Yuan. This young tribe leader could not conceal his joy. In this alliance agreement, Gu tribe had gained many benefits by hugging onto the thick thigh of Fang Yuan, surpassing ordinary mid-sized tribes. After Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large-sized tribes, Wang tribe, Fang tribe, Yi tribe and others. Below them were the tribe leaders of the mid-sized tribes, and finally the leaders of the small-sized tribes, as well as rank 4 demonic path experts like Water Demon. At this point, this alliance could be considered to have formed, and was no longer a pile of loose sand like before. Now we are all on the same side. According to tradition, a newly established alliance needs a victory as a sacrifice to the flag. But those traditions and conventions were all bullshit. I have already thought about it. Rather than swallowing those weak forces, I might as well take in the wild wolves. He Lulan said. Soon, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he looked around, understanding that because of his participation, he had already changed history. He vaguely remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, after He Lulan established the alliance, She immediately attacked the east side and started a bloody battle with Dongfang tribe. But this is also good. Although He tribe won against Dongfang tribe, they also suffered losses. He Lulan is obviously interested in my Night Wolf Emperor. This is also normal. With the Night Wolf Emperor, even myriad beast groups can be taken in. The expansion of the wolf group is also a good thing for me personally. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he nodded to everyone. Since that is the case, I will not pass on this responsibility. Everyone in the tent had no objections. The more the wolf group, the more help it would be to them. They could reduce countless casualties and preserve the tribe's strength as much as possible. Everyone understood and approved of He Lulan's reliance on Chang Shan-yin. If they did not make use of such an enslavement master, that would be a shameful waste. As for the impact of the Wolf King's increase in strength, they were not too worried. They still did not know about going against one's words Gu, and were very confident in the poison Vow Gu's restraining effect. Since the alliance was formed, there was no need to worry about the Wolf King devouring their benefits because of his strength. Soon, after the discussion, the whole He tribe alliance started to work actively. Large and small tribes, all kinds of Gu master experts started to contribute their strength to the expansion of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Chapter 506. On the grassland shrouded in darkness, Sang Yi ran with all his might. The bone-chilling cold wind blew at him. But he was sweating profusely. Faster, faster! He shouted in his heart, the primeval essence in his aperture crazily pouring into the movement Gu. Howl! Behind him, a group of night wolves chased after him. Because Sang Yi was carrying the night wolf cub's corpse, this chase had already lasted for 5 minutes. If it was in the past, this time would pass in a blink of an eye to Sang Yi. However, with the pack of 10,000 wolves in hot pursuit, Sang Yi only felt that every minute and second was so long and unbearable. Here, I finally arrived. Seeing the small valley ahead, Sang Yi burst out with new strength and plunged into the valley. Rumble! Nearly 20,000 night wolves were like a black flood. Their speed did not decrease as they poured into the valley. We're in, we're in! The Gu masters hiding in the valley shouted in joy. Quickly reel in the net, we cannot lose anything. The rank 3 Gu master leader in charge of the ambush immediately ordered. Earth wall, pile it up. A group of rank 2 Gu masters worked together and activated rank 2 Earth Mound Gu. With so many Earth Mound Gu activated together, the narrow entrance of the valley was immediately filled with rocks and soil, forming a barrier that only the rank 3 Earth Wall Gu had. Thus, at the same time, on the other side of the valley, dozens of Gu masters were also standing, activating rank 2 Falling Rock Gu. Large numbers of falling rocks rolled down, firmly sealing the entrance. This valley's entrance had been sealed long ago. Now that the entrance was gone, the night wolf group that had charged in was like a turtle in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast king found something amiss and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the valley, preparing to cross over. But at this time, a vast and desolate wolf howl resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the night wolf emperor and a large number of night wolves, charging down from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes were bloodshot as they howled furiously, but due to the wolf emperor's might, they did not move forward. Clear Mind Gu. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a Clear Mind Gu. This was a rank 4 Gu worm. Once primeval essence was poured in, it immediately turned into a cool breeze. A cool breeze blew across the field. The wild night wolves that were affected by the rank 2 onion explosion Gu and became irritable were immediately awakened by the wind. The wolf emperor howled again, and the pack of wild night wolves immediately fell into chaos. Their formation began to collapse, and their fighting spirit was severely shaken. Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh before leading the pack of wolves to charge forward. Some Gu masters had already joined the battle, entangling the wild myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan first mobilized the wolf pack to divide and devour the wild wolves, firmly controlling the overall situation. Next, he turned around and arrived in front of the wild myriad wolf king, activating the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu at the right time. In the end, he only paid the price of a few hundred night wolves to successfully subdue the myriad wolf king and the pack of nearly 20,000 wolves. After the mission was completed, these Gu masters stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while Fang Yuan led an even larger wolf group towards the next location. There was a large pack of wild night wolves waiting for him to take them in. Good job. The rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 yuan stone and a rank 3 Gu. This is the reward you deserve. Sang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead, his breathing uneven as he received these yuan stone and Gu worms. He gazed into the distance in a daze, gazing at Fang Yuan's departing figure with an envious gaze. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master and have some fame in the demonic path, but compared to the Wolf King, it is nothing. This is a true big shot. When can I ever have such an achievement? This night, Fang Yuan traveled thousands of li and subdued 70,000 wild night wolves. All the way until daybreak, when the night wolves no longer went out to hunt and returned to their dens, Fang Yuan led the wolf group back to He tribe camp in a travel-worn state. After He Lulan established the alliance, they had the advantage in numbers and had a total of 5 large camps stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was placed in these 5 camps and was fed by specialized personnel. These days, he had subdued large numbers of night wolves. The 30,000 night wolves in his hands had now increased to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the largest force in Fang Yuan's hands. Adding the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and so on, the number of wolves in Fang Yuan's hands had increased to a huge 530,000. Thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor, subduing the Night Wolf group was extremely easy. After settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. As the Night Wolf group increased, the number of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan controlled also increased by several times. Large numbers of Night Wolf myriad beast kings were a burden on his soul, causing him to feel a heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for several hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the mat, continuing to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He activated Wolf Soul Gu, and under the Gu's power, Thousand-Man's soul slowly transformed into Wolfman's soul. He originally had 100-man level Wolfman's soul, with a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, after using large numbers of Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain, his soul expanded to Thousand-Man soul, instead diluting the original Wolf Soul Gu's effect and returning to the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not obvious. After more than 2 hours, the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul grew a little taller. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lessened by a lot. After transforming into Wolfman's soul, it was even easier to control the wolf group. The wolf group would acknowledge the enslavement path Gu master from the depths of their soul and treat them as one of their own. Unfortunately, I do not have a rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. I can only use rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. The latter's effect is obvious on 100-man soul, but at 1000-man soul, the speed is very slow. After activating it for a long time, Fang Yuan stored the Wolf Soul Gu with some regret. But rank 5 Gu were not easy to obtain. To refine rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the complete soul of a myriad wolf king. To refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the soul of a wolf emperor. Different from Yutian Heroes Assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe had the greatest advantage in Chaofu Heroes Assembly, suppressing everyone and taking in a large number of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was resisting the pressure with difficulty, unwilling to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. He tribe's army arrived, attracting almost all of Dongfang tribe's attention. Zhao tribe immediately let out a sigh of relief. There were signs of shifting camp towards Dujiao. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was the rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master Dongfang Yuliang. He did not rest for a night. After deducing and calculating, he immediately changed his tough attitude. The alliance conditions were no longer harsh, but became extremely generous. Dongfang Yuliang personally lobbied and invited Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader was hesitant. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmity since long ago. These years, the enmity had gotten deeper. But this time, Dongfang tribe's sincerity was clear. Their conditions were also very tempting. Chapter 507. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader put down the document in his hand with an exhausted expression. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. This 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master had white hair and a face full of wrinkles because he had been busy with the tribe's affairs for a long time. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale visit, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to invite them, causing the tribe to split into two factions. These two factions quarreled endlessly. One side wanted to join Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudge. The other side wanted to join He tribe. After all, He tribe was stronger. But could joining Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudge? Once he thought of the deep grudge between his tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader lost his confidence. And it was not appropriate to join He tribe either. Zhao tribe's headquarters was in Chaofu after all, and He tribe had already established an alliance with Yutian's powerful clans. As a tribe that joined later, it was inevitable that they would be bullied by others. How much benefits could they gain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader fell into deep conflict and hesitation. Especially these days, the tribe's higher-ups had been quarreling endlessly. On one hand, Zhao tribe leader had to face the outside world and defend against that crafty Dongfang Yuliang schemes. On the other hand, he had to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. Zhao tribe leader was already feeling deep fatigue. Sigh. He sighed deeply and leaned back on the chair. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the floating dust under the sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the dust could be seen clearly. Zhao tribe leader felt like he was one of the floating dust, confused and hesitant. He was floating in the air now, but a gust of wind might cause him to fall to the ground. And the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was a gale that was about to sweep over. Facing such a gale, what should he and his tribe do? Just as Zhao tribe leader was feeling vexed, a cry came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar voice, the Zhao family's leader immediately frowned and showed concern. He immediately asked outside, "What's going on?" The guard outside immediately answered, "Lord tribe leader, when young miss ran over, she accidentally slipped on the stairs and injured her scalp." Zhao clan's clan leader immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of heartache. "My little sweetheart, why did you fall? How much blood was shed? Quick, help her in." Although the Zhao family's patriarch had a few sons, they were all killed by Dongfang Yuliang's conspiracy. Now he only had one daughter left. His daughter was no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was naughty by nature, but between her eyebrows she looked very much like his ex-wife. The Zhao clan leader doted on her a lot. Soon, the door to the study room opened. The guard helped a little girl into the room. The girl's skin was like jade, and she wore embroidered clothes. Her appearance was extremely cute, but right now, she was sobbing. Her arms covered her eyes, and she was currently crying. "My little sweetheart, my little Yunyun, where did you fall?" The Zhao clan's patriarch hurriedly went over and picked up his little daughter, asking with concern, "Dad, are you blind? The wound is on the forehead." The little girl roared in her heart, but on the surface, she sat on the arm of the Zhao family's patriarch and lied in his arms. She said coquettishly, "Father, Yun has a headache." Oh. Father, take a look. Father, take a look." The Zhao clan's patriarch gently brushed away the hair on the little girl's forehead. He immediately saw a small scratch on her scalp. It was faintly red, but it was still a distance away from breaking the skin and bleeding. But even so, the Zhao clan's patriarch was extremely distressed. He comforted his little daughter with gentle words, and coldly scolded the old grandma who rushed over. "Mother Wu, how did you do things? I told you to follow little miss closely, and watch over her at all times. Look at the wound on her forehead. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Lord Patriarch." The old grandma was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground, and her forehead was full of cold sweat. But in her heart, she was complaining incessantly. This child was the most unruly and troublesome little devil she had ever seen in her life. Usually, she was mischievous and would disappear without a trace if she was not careful. She was extremely cunning and made fun of an adult like her to want to die. But in front of the patriarch, she had a pitiful and obedient appearance. Her acting talent was innate. She actually couldn't find any evidence on this little devil. "Father, don't blame the grandma. It was Yun who was not careful," the little girl said softly. But in her heart, she added, "This old grandma is so annoying, following me around all day. In order to enter this study room, I purposely hurt myself. Is it easy for me?" The Zhao clan's patriarch immediately let out a long sigh and stroked his little daughter's soft black hair. His face was full of gratification. "Daughter, you are as kind as your mother." The old grandma roared in her heart, "Patriarch, you have been deceived. Your daughter is definitely a little devil." But she could only shout in her heart, because she knew that other than herself, there were very few people who were willing to believe this truth. Of course, she didn't dare to say it out loud. If she said it out loud, who knew how she would be teased and abused by the little girl in the future? "Useless thing, if it wasn't for Yun pleading for you today, you can leave." The Zhao clan's patriarch waved the old grandma away, and then looked at his little daughter with a pleasant expression. "Little darling, why did you come to play at father's place?" "Father, Yun is worried about you. I heard from others that those elders have been quarreling with father these days. Father is so annoyed that he locked himself in the study room alone." The little girl opened her big black eyes and looked at the Zhao clan's patriarch with concern. But in reality, she was shouting in her heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't come, my life would be in danger. Cheap dad, you're just too indecisive. With the current situation, why aren't you running away? What are you dilly-dallying for?" When the Zhao clan's patriarch heard his little daughter's words, his nose turned sour and his eyes reddened. He almost cried, "Good daughter, you know how to care for father. Father didn't dote on you for nothing. But don't worry, father's body is very good, and father's mood has improved when he saw you." Cheap father, it is a matter of life and death now, and you are still so numb and optimistic, you can't do that. Forget it, for the sake of my happy life in the future, I will not hesitate to overstep my boundaries this time. The little girl roared in her heart as she waved her tender arms, saying with an unconcerned expression, "Father, Yun has thought about it. Those quarreling people are all stupid. Our Zhao tribe is like a sheep, while Dongfang tribe is a wolf. Now that Yu Tian's fierce tiger is here, the wolf cannot defeat the tiger, so it wants to find the sheep for help. But no matter which side the sheep helps, in the end, the tiger and wolf will not let the sheep go." The little girl's words shook Zhao clan's patriarch. The onlooker sees clearly, while the person involved is confused. Sometimes, the authorities need the onlooker's words to wake them up. That's right, whether it is Dongfang tribe or He tribe, they are all asking a tiger for its skin. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of it? No, the once-a-decade natural blizzard disaster had already determined that Northern Plains would not have a paradise. The imperial court contest had to be fought over. As long as they could enter imperial court-blessed land, the benefits would be astonishing. But where was Zhao tribe's direction? The little girl had been observing the situation and felt that it was about time. She immediately added, "Father, I heard that Ma tribe is very powerful and treats people well. Sheep and horses are vegetarians, while tigers and wolves eat meat. Why don't we become friends with Ma tribe?" Zhao tribe leader's body shook. That's right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had immortal ancestors and blessed lands behind them. They were super tribes with long histories and deep foundations. Ma tribe was also a Huangjin tribe, but they did not have a immortal supporting them, and were currently moving towards becoming a super tribe. The Ma family's patriarch and young patriarch were both heroes. Ma tribe would definitely welcome Zhao tribe's arrival. It was just that the journey to Tianchuan was going to be a long one. "Cheap father, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly make up your mind." The little girl, who was observing her father's changing expression, was already extremely anxious. But Zhao tribe leader thought of the long journey to Tianchuan to join Ma tribe. The dangers along the way caused him to sink into hesitation and hesitation. Helpless, the little girl could only add fuel to the fire. Father, let's go. Now was the best time to leave. Wolves and tigers are in a stalemate, no one can spare any effort to care about us. Zhao tribe leader's heart shook. That's right, why are we still hesitating? If we hesitate, we won't even have the best chance to escape. Be it He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are not good people. Our family wants to get a share of the battle of the imperial court, so placing a bet on them is an extremely inappropriate thing to do. Good daughter, you are absolutely right. Our Zhao tribe cannot interfere in this battle. Our family assets cannot be thrown into this whirlpool. Right, let's go now. Zhao tribe leader made up his mind. The little girl in his arms almost cried tears of joy at this moment, sighing in her heart, Father, you are finally enlightened. I didn't waste my effort to come here to persuade you. But, good daughter, did you think of all these things? Did someone teach you to say this? Who taught you that? You tell Abba. After the Zhao clan's patriarch reacted, he finally realized that something was wrong. He stared at his youngest daughter and asked. The little girl's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly blinked her big eyes, showing an innocent expression. No one taught me. Father, Yun thought of all of these myself. Father works so hard every day. Yun doesn't want father to work so hard, so Yun helped father think. Saying so, she carefully asked pitifully, Father, is Yun thinking wrongly? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not think that this little angel in front of him would lie to him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. But she was so intelligent since young, her cultivation talent would probably not be ordinary when she grew up. Seeing his little girl afraid of being scolded, Zhao tribe leader's heart was filled with tenderness. He caressed the little girl's hair. Yun, it is all thanks to you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter like you. Sai, who asked me to be like this after transmigrating. In this life, friends can be chosen, but parents are destined by the heavens. On account of the fact that you've always treated me so well, of course, I have to return the favor. The little girl said so in her heart, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck, pouting and kissing her father's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. Chapter 508. Zhao tribe left in the middle of the night? In the main tent, He Lulan looked at the information in his hand before throwing it on the table. In his opinion, although Zhao tribe was a large tribe, they did not have a powerful elite army, they did not even have a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged by Dong Bokong who was rank 4 peak stage 3 years ago. Thus, his prestige was not high, and he did not have much achievements even after leading Zhao tribe for so many years. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have paid more attention. After all, even if a rank 5 Gu master was not worthy of their name, they were not to be underestimated. But now, Zhao tribe retreated and fled in the middle of the night, causing He Lulan to feel disdain in his heart. The people of Northern Plains admired brave warriors, but what they despised the most was this kind of cowardly behavior of running away before the battle even started. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. We have not even made a move and already scared away a large tribe. Dongfang Yuliang looks like he is going to explode from anger. Zhao tribe that he invited for so long actually ran away. In my opinion, although Zhao tribe is a large tribe, it is only SOSO. They are actually so cowardly. The Gu masters in the main tent spoke one after another, not minding Zhao tribe's attitude. Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the side, glanced at the information on the table. Zhao Lianyun. He had always remembered this name in his heart, the future extraordinary woman, one of Ma Hongyun's wives, a person who became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, she was still a little girl. It seems that the famous persuasion of tigers, wolves, and sheep has already started. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. In his previous life, when Zhao Lianyun became a wisdom path Gu immortal, there were people who made biographies of him. This cultural tradition could be traced back to the legends of Renzu. This was the #1 classic of the Gu path. Many Gu masters spent their entire lives to ponder over it. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals who came into contact with them, to commemorate and praise them, people would make biographies of them. In the biography of Zhao Lianyun, there was a section of content. At a very young age, Zhao Lianyun had displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. In the battle of Black Tyrant He Lulun, to become the lord of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was caught between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. Just as the Zhao clan was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the tiger, wolf, and sheep as an example to persuade his father. Finally, the Zhao clan leader made up his mind to go to the Ma clan, which was thousands of miles away. In the end, not only was the Zhao clan safe, but they were also highly valued and warmly accepted by the Ma clan. The 500 years of memories from his previous life were messy, but Fang Yuan remembered these things clearly. Because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Ma Hongyun, Xingling, and Zhao Lianyun not only became Northern Plains Gu immortals, they were also the cornerstones of the Celestial Court's invasion. They were symbolic figures. In the 5 regions, as long as it was such a person, their biographies would be widely spread and read. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will kill them in the cradle sooner or later. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, showing a calm expression. Be it Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who were at the forefront of the 5 regions' chaotic war, they were still a long way from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had a lot of time to deal with them. But Fang Yuan had to keep Ma Hongyun alive to deal with 88-point Shenyang Tower. As for this Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, due to his current identity and situation, he could not make a move. After all, Fang Yuan was currently acting as Chang Shan-yin. The great Chang Shan-yin, why would he place so much importance on a little girl, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the urgent matter now is to deal with Dong tribe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the main tent again. After ridiculing Zhao tribe for a while, everyone's attention was placed on their opponents in this battle. Dongfang tribe, like He tribe, was also a super tribe with deep foundations, a huge force in Northern Plains Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang was the tribe leader of this generation's Dongfang tribe. He could be said to be young and promising. Using his wisdom path cultivation, not only did he manage the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner, he even showed signs of becoming more prosperous with each passing day. Although He tribe had the advantage in military strength. But the other party was a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming. His strength could not be underestimated. The biggest threat in this battle is definitely Dongfang Yuliang. That's right, this child is young but knowledgeable. He is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography. He lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qinyu. His parents left him a huge inheritance, but this brat was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't protect it, so he directly gave all of the family's assets to a powerful elder and only kept a small portion for himself. When he was in the academy, his performance was extremely outstanding. After leaving the academy, he became that elder's confidant. Afterwards, he made many contributions and obtained the elder's recognition and recommendation. He even obtained the guidance of the tribe's Gu immortal ancestor, finally achieving his current status and strength. Everyone knew Dongfang Yuliang very well. They talked about his background one after another. Fang Yuan listened attentively. He had not experienced these things in his previous life, but now that he was in this situation, he immediately felt that this Dongfang Yuliang was not simple, he was worth paying attention to. History is vast and profound, great waves wash away the sand, I wonder how many heroes have been washed away. Just as everyone was discussing, the focal point of everyone's discussion, Dongfang Yuliang, was also in his study, thinking about this crucial battle. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Come in, sister. Dongfang Yuliang did not need to raise his head to know who the visitor was. The door was pushed open, An extremely beautiful girl in a light yellow dress with bright eyes and clear eyebrows, graceful and gentle. Her skin was smooth as jade, her eyes like autumn water, her gentle voice was filled with concern. Brother, the jade apricot flowers we transplanted from Central Continent have bloomed. Brother, accompany sister to the courtyard to admire the flowers. Dongfang Yuliang smiled. He knew that he had been sitting in the study for a day and a night, causing his sister to be worried. She was using this excuse to let him relax. Let's go, Qin Yu. The brother and sister walked out of the study, walking together to the courtyard. Right now, it was drizzling, the sky was overcast. Looking from afar, the sky and the rain merged into one, forming a dark green color. Getting closer, through the courtyard walls, they could see Dongfang tribe's countless flags and tents that were densely packed like white steamed buns. People moved between the tents, making a racket, preparing for the upcoming battle. In the courtyard, there were only Dongfang brother and sister. Separated by the rain, the noise outside the walls made the courtyard even more serene. Especially when Dongfang Yuliang saw the jade apricot flower in the small courtyard. The petals were delicate and small. After being moistened by the rain, they were smooth and glossy. The light yellow color made the two of them feel a sense of warmth in the rain. Brother, I heard Zhao tribe left? After a long silence, Dongfang Qinyu carefully asked. Don't worry, sister, brother has already expected this. Dongfang Yuliang smiled, lightly squeezing his sister's hand. Dongfang Qinyu raised her head slightly and saw her brother in the rain. He was dressed in white, and his face was like jade. His eyes were deep, and he exuded an aura of a strategist. He was calm and poised. Dongfang Yuliang continued, the reason why I invited Zhao tribe is because I want to gather all the strength I can. Zhao tribe leaving is not a big deal. With the strength I have now, I still have the ability to defeat He tribe army. Dongfang Qinyu's worry dissipated by half. Nothing can escape brother's deduction. But the opponent this time is not simple. Not only is there He Lulon, I also heard that the hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Changshan Yin, has also joined him. Brother, you have to be careful. Sister, are you still worried about your brother? Dongfang Yuliang comforted his sister in a warm voice, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when we were adventuring, we got to know He Lulon. This person had evil intentions towards you and was taught a good lesson by Big Brother. But now, it seems that this person is still unwilling to give up. This time, brother will give him an unforgettable lesson. As for Changshan Yin, brother has already dealt with him. Big Brother has already expected this. Little sister, you can rest in peace. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you are bedridden, brother will only be distracted. Dongfang Qinyu nodded lightly, she was completely at ease. Since young, brother had been taking care of her, caring for her, and thinking for her. She was like a young flower, sheltered by the big tree that was her brother. For so many years, she and brother had gone through many trials and tribulations together. This time, they would definitely be able to get through it safely. That's because you've always been so calm and collected since you were young. But, if only I was not seriously ill, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate as a Gu master, how good would that be? Dongfang Qinyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The brother and sister quietly stood together, looking at the apricot flower in front of them. Sister, the rain is heavy, standing for a long time is not good for your body, you should go back to your room and rest. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang said. Brother, don't overwork yourself. Dongfang Qinyu obediently agreed. Looking at his sister's departing figure, disappearing around the corner, Dongfang Yuliang no longer concealed his expression. He frowned and showed a worried expression. This battle was not as easy as he said. One He Lulon is not easy to deal with. Now there is another Changshan Yin. 500,000 wolves, truly worthy of being an enslavement pathmaster. Just this person alone can change the situation, allowing He tribe, which originally only had a slight advantage, to take a huge lead over our main tribe. In the upcoming battle, we need to first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be extremely slim. I cannot lose. Gu Immortal Ancestor finally agreed. If I complete this secret mission, he will personally resolve the source of my sister's illness. For my sister, I must become the Lord of the Imperial Court and enter 88-point Xinyang Tower. Before that, anyone who dares to block my path will have to be prepared to die. So, Wolf King Chang Shan-in, you can die in this rainy night before the battle. Dongfang Yuliang raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a cold expression. Chapter 509. The weight-like strength of Tenjun Gu quietly floated above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his whole body covered in the radiance of the strength of Tenjun Gu. A long while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the radiance slowly faded. The strength of Tenjun Gu was only half its original size. I can use it 2 more times. Fang Yuan estimated. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. After using it, he would have 70 Jun of strength. With such a foundation, it was reasonable for a rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu master to have it. But all-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2. If this matter was not resolved, there would be no possibility of a qualitative change in his strength path cultivation. It could be said that within a short period of time, his strength path battle strength could not be taken out. Next, he checked the first aperture and second aperture. The vital Gu in the first aperture was spring-autumn cicada. It was still concealed, sleeping and recuperating. 90% of the crystalline purple primeval sea was sparkling, reflecting the purple color of the crystal wall of the rank 5 peak stage. In the sky above the sea, wolf smoke Gu was like a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf. On the sea, the repaired battle bone wheel was floating, as well as the pure white willow leaf like snow wash Gu. Rank 5 clues and clues Gu was swimming like a cuttlefish, playing with wolf swallow Gu from time to time. And at the bottom of the primeval sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, strength of Tenjun Gu, as well as some wolf soul Gu. At the same time, there were the most important Stargate Gu for Fang Yuan, moving perspective cup Gu, east window Gu, burial soul Gu, and immediate success Gu. As for wolf howl Gu, wolf care Gu, eagle rise Gu, wolf sprint Gu, and breath concealment Gu, they were all stored in different parts of his body. As the days Fang Yuan spent in northern plains increased, his body gradually adapted to the environment of northern plains. The first aperture's cultivation in northern plains had already reached rank 5 middle stage. But Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment Gu, suppressing his aura to rank 4 peak stage. Inside the second aperture, it was a different scene. The 4 sides of the crystal wall shone brightly on the aperture. 90% of the true gold primeval sea rippled with light. After these days of cultivation, Fang Yuan's second aperture also advanced from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Other than that, there was the rank 3 strength Qi Gu that could turn beast phantom into condensed Qi flow. The more injured the body, the stronger the rank 4 bitter strength Gu. Rank 4 charging crash Gu, rank 3 Tusita flower and primeval elder Gu. Rank 4 expend strength Gu and rank 3 self-reliance Gu with healing effects. As for the other Vajra furious gaze Gu, dot gold Gu, crow 7 Gu, blood skull Gu, bone flesh unity Gu, yin-yang rotation Gu and others, they could not be used at the moment, thus they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because after coming out of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately appeared in Northern Plains, thus he had a second aperture. Northern Plains was the first to recognize it. His rank 4 peak stage cultivation was not suppressed by the foreign region at all. The reason his second aperture's cultivation could progress so quickly was all thanks to those relic Gu that Fang Yuan had bought earlier. But due to the limited amount of immortal Yuan stone, he could not buy purple crystal relic Gu. Thus, his second aperture's cultivation could only rely on Fang Yuan's own strength, cultivating step by step. Rank 4 to rank 5. This is a qualitative change, the difference is huge. Tonight, I will directly advance my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage. Fang Yuan saw that there was enough time, so he continued to sit cross-legged on the cushion, deciding to advance to rank 5 realm. His second aperture's cultivation had already reached rank 4 peak stage. His foundation was sufficient. His aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but because of the land spirit of Langya's refinement. Thus, his aptitude was also at 90%. Ordinary Gu masters only needed these two conditions to have enough capital to advance to rank 5 realm. Normally, after failing a few times, they would succeed with enough experience. But in terms of experience, Fang Yuan had always been strong. This obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, the first and second aperture's primeval essence could be used together. There were no two identical leaves in the world, and the primeval essence between the same Gu masters were different. If Gu worms like bone flesh unity Gu were not used, when Gu masters instilled primeval essence into each other, it would cause the different primeval essence to clash and eventually cause the aperture to explode. However, be it the first aperture or the second aperture, both belonged to Fang Yuan alone. The primeval essence in the two apertures could be used by each other. Their essence was completely the same. Rise. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart, and the purple crystal primeval essence in the first aperture rushed out into the second aperture at the center of his chest. Primeval essence belonging to rank 5 peak stage had a strong effect on breaking through the rank 4 crystal wall. At dawn, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 5 initial stage. This breakthrough to rank 5 could be said to be the easiest he had ever experienced. But because I used the first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture is also being suppressed. Fang Yuan sensed. Although there was light purple primeval essence in the second aperture, but the effect of activating it was still equivalent to the original true gold primeval essence. But after half a month, the foreign domain suppression on the second aperture will disappear. 3 months later, the first aperture will completely integrate into the environment of Northern Plains and will no longer be suppressed. At that time, the Imperial Court contest will also be nearing its end. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, standing up and stretching his body. After a sleepless night of cultivation, he felt slightly tired and weary. He pushed open the secret room's door, and the 2 rank 3 Gu masters in front of the door immediately reacted and greeted him. One of them even told Fang Yuan a piece of good news. Wolf Wang Da's men, our Gu masters were lucky enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. It is currently locked up in a cage, and the tribe leader has instructed that if Lord finishes your cultivation, you can go to the supply camp and subdue it. This news gave Fang Yuan an unexpected surprise. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast and had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in jewel yellow skies, because he could not explain it clearly, he did not release them. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side to protect him on the battlefield, Fang Yuan would no doubt be safer. After a while, Fang Yuan walked into the supply camp. Tubo greets Wolf Wang de men. A rank 3 Gu master quickly came out to welcome him. He was short and fat, and his fat face was glossy as he flattered, Wolf Wang de men, I have been waiting for a long time, I will bring you over. Under Tubo's lead. Not long after, Fang Yuan and the others saw the shark fin wolf through the wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as large as an elephant, and was lying in the cage, its whole body covered in a tough crocodile-like armor. On its back, there was a row of shark-like blue-black fins, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf's eyes were closed, and under the effect of sleeping Gu, it had already lost consciousness. Congratulations, Lord, the shark fin wolf has the strongest defense among mutated wolves. With this wolf protecting you, Lord is like a tiger that has grown wings. What's even rarer is, the shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, it can also swim underwater, and its battle strength is even stronger. The 2 rank 3 guarding Gu masters congratulated Fang Yuan when they saw this spirited shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the shark fin wolf in front of him. His eyes slightly narrowed as he asked indifferently, many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf, right? Tubo knew he was being asked and immediately replied, Of course. For rank 3 Gu masters were sacrificed, and at least 200 rank 2 Gu masters lost their lives. If not for Wang tribe and Fang tribe's reinforcements in time, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes narrowing into slits. This shark fin wolf's body is riddled with injuries. But in my opinion, it seems to have old injuries? If not for old injuries, the investigative Gu master would not have been able to escape alive and rush back to report. It can be seen that the wolf Wang Da's men have obtained the favor of longevity heaven. Before the great battle, I sent an injured shark fin wolf to you. Tubo fawned on him. Lucky huh? Fang Yuan mumbled, the uneasy feeling in his heart was getting stronger. He could not say for sure. Where did this uneasy feeling come from? He only felt an indescribable sense of danger. He asked a few questions but did not sense anything wrong. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast and had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Because it had old injuries. Thus it was delayed and captured alive. This was all very reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan attached great importance to this feeling. He did not have this feeling when he had just transmigrated in his previous life. It was a kind of intuition that he had accumulated from his rich life experience after experiencing hundreds of years of hardships and countless near-death experiences. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. No matter how stupid a person is, after suffering many losses, suffering many hardships, and seeing many things, they would naturally form the wisdom of survival. In fact, not only humans, even ordinary beasts had a kind of intuition and sensitivity towards the arrival of danger. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding Gu masters, Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, go and subdue this mutated wolf. What surprised everyone was that Fang Yuan did not do it himself, but gave the wolf enslavement Gu to Tubo. For me to use? Tubo was astonished, but my cultivation is only rank 3, less nonsense, quickly use it. Fang Yuan shouted impatiently, forcefully shoving the wolf enslavement Gu to Tubo. Tubo was helpless. He did not know what kind of strange temper a big shot like the Wolf King had, but because of Fang Yuan's might, he could only instill primeval essence. He activated it for a while, and when he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, he slowly activated the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. The wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light, trembling as it landed on the shark fin wolf's body. Sigh. A woman's sigh filled with regret suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. In that instant, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with alarm. He did not even think and quickly retreated. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the depths of everyone's soul. Almost at the same time, Tubo suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a mournful howl, and died on the spot. The 2 rank 3 Gu master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tubo died. At once, they subconsciously followed behind Fang Yuan, flying backwards. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered. His body was still in the air when he stopped breathing. Soul explosion. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Wolf Wang Da's knowledge is truly extraordinary. A woman's soft voice resounded in his ears, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping one another, like a black peacock suddenly spreading its tail, ruthless and sharp, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. Rank 4, multiple sword shadow Gu. Clank clank clank. Suddenly, a concentrated sound rang out. Multiple sword shadows slashed at Fang Yuan's body. Like metal colliding, dazzling sparks burst out. Fang Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and if one looked closely, there were even turtle shell patterns on his skin. Rank 5, Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. Female scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu master saw that Fang Yuan was being attacked and immediately shouted, changing his direction. He rushed over to help. The female Gu master whose sneak attacked Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but did not care, activating multiple sword shadows even more violently. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a silky long worm. The long worm was like a black thread. It ignored the surrounding sword shadows and went straight for Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the rank 3 Gu Master Guard who had rushed over to help. Wolf Wang Da's man. The rank 3 Gu Master was extremely shocked. He had rushed over to protect Fang Yuan, but he had never imagined that Fang Yuan would actually grab him. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Fang Yuan pulled him to his right side, blocking between Fang Yuan and the shark fin wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 Gu Master screamed as his body twitched. His eyes rolled back and he started foaming at the mouth. The silky long worm took this chance and went into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort. He let go of the rank 3 Gu Master and punched the black screen like sword shadows with his fists. The female Gu Master sensed the enormous strength of this attack and chuckled. She did not fight it head-on, instead withdrawing the multiple sword shadow Gu, and her body turned into a black shadow, retreating 20 steps away. The black shadow landed in the shadow of the tent. It turned into a woman. This woman was petite and exquisite, wearing black clothes, and her face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her whole body emitted an eerie and gloomy aura. It added a demonic charm to her beauty, making it hard for people to forget her with just one glance. Junior Shadowless Sword Bian Si Xian greets Wolf Wang Da's man. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy's camp, surrounded by enemies, but she was calm and unruffled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, asking sternly, "What Gu did you just plant in me?" Bian Si Xian chuckled. "It is a strange Gu worm that Junior accidentally found in some ruins during an exploration. Once it is activated, it will enter the ear and drill into the brain. As long as the person thinks quickly, this worm will rapidly expand until the brain explodes. Thus Junior named it Brain Explosion Gu." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Bian Si Xian saluted again, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior was actually able to detect young Master Dongfang's meticulously designed killing trap, and even avoided the majority of the soul explosion's power. This Junior really admires you very much. To be able to take Senior's life is Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Saying so, she turned into a black shadow, rapidly moving through the shadows of various buildings. "It's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it, stop her." Large numbers of Gu Masters rushed over after hearing the commotion, shouting and attacking the shadows in all directions. But Bian Si Xian's black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Did she leave, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. Subordinate was late by a step. "Please forgive me, Wolf Wang Da's man." "Wolf Wang Da's man, are you all right?" Everyone who was extremely worried quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not suffer any injuries, his skin and fur had been shaved off by the sword shadows, making him look rather miserable. "What could happen to me? A bunch of useless trash. They didn't even know the enemy had sneaked into the supply camp. Get lost." Fang Yuan shouted in exasperation, but he was secretly happy. Who would have thought that an assassination would actually send a clue to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance into his hands? Brain Explosion Gu? Did you really think I could not block it in time? Ignorant Junior. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Si Xian was also an important person. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become a rank 6 Gu immortal in the future. It was because of this Brain Explosion Gu in her possession that Ma Hongyun successfully obtained an inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was just that Ma Hongyun had been evasive about what this inheritance was and what had happened, so Fang Yuan was not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this Brain Explosion Gu. Chapter 510. In the end, I did not succeed. Dongfang Yuliang sighed as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with his arms behind his back. He had specially captured this shark fin wolf from the wild and paid a hefty price. Next, he tampered with the shark fin wolf's body. Fearing that the enemy would notice a flaw, he carefully chose a rank 5 soul explosion Gu and planted it on the shark fin wolf's body. Finally, he sent the famous demonic path assassin Shadow Sword expert of Northern Plains and gave her the corresponding goo worm to activate the soul explosion, instructing her again and again. He had meticulously designed this assassination plan and did not hesitate to expend a lot of energy, repeatedly calculating and deducing it 3 to 4 times, until all the flaws were completely eliminated. Be it the shark fin wolf's condition, the location and time of its appearance, or even the attitude of the goo master who discovered the shark fin wolf, he had considered all of them. But even so, he still did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Xianxia sensed something amiss and ordered others to make a move. Shadow Sword expert Xian saw that the situation was bad and had no choice but to activate Soul Explosion Goo. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless. It could not be detected by the naked eye. But Xianxia blurted out the truth at the first moment. Although he was restricted by Xian's attacks and could only retreat to the edge of the Soul Explosion's range, at the crucial moment, he was extraordinarily calm and actually used his reinforcements as a shield to block most of the Soul Explosion's power. His reputation is indeed well-deserved, as expected of the Wolf King whose name shakes Northern Plains. After Dongfang Yuliang heard Xian's report, the importance he placed on Feng Yuan rose by another level. The mutated wolf was right in front of him, but he could resist the temptation. An incomparably vigilant personality, accurate judgment in the face of danger, instantly recognizing the soul explosion's range, the callousness of using his own people as a shield, and the calmness of not chasing blindly after being assassinated, Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Don't worry, Dongfang Alliance leader. Although Xianxia used his own people as a shield at the crucial moment, he was still obstructed by me and was affected by the soul explosion. Especially when he was hit by my brain explosion goo. Even if this goo cannot take his life, it will greatly restrict his battle strength. It can be said that Wolf King is already crippled. In the corner of the study room, Xian, dressed in black, stood in the shadows, her voice cold. Brain explosion goo? Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned. This was the first time he heard of this goo. Xian chuckled and immediately explained the origin of this goo to him. So that's how it is. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes lit up after listening. Seemingly relieved, she thanked Xian. This time, thanks to Shadow Swordsman's help, I lost a good trump card. Xian did not speak. In fact, she also felt sorry for him. Ever since she experimented with brain explosion goo, this goo had indeed become one of her trump cards. Many of his assassinations had relied on it. He had established a miraculous achievement. But during the assassination of Xianxia, the situation was urgent. She could not kill Xianxia on the spot and could not retrieve it in time. Before the enemy surrounded her, she had to retreat and protect herself first. This is the reward I promised you. Dongfang Yuliang summoned a goo worm from his aperture. This goo was completely black, with a single horn and a square shell. It was the size of a fist. It gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping shadow goo. Xian's gaze fell on the overlapping shadow goo, revealing some fervent emotions. Although she had multiple sword shadow goo, her attacks were scattered, and when she met an opponent with deep defense, it would be very difficult for her to fight. If she had overlapping shadow goo, she could stack the multiple sword shadows together and form an extremely powerful attack. It would raise her battle strength. It could be said to be a huge improvement. But soon, Xian retracted her gaze and did not accept the overlapping shadow goo. From the shadows, her clear and cold voice could be heard. Her voice carried some pride. I will leave this overlapping shadow goo with Alliance leader for now. After Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she merged into the shadows and disappeared. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned and could only put the overlapping shadow goo back into his aperture. This shadow swordsman is really trustworthy. No wonder she can mix in all the tribes like a fish in water, even though she is a demonic path goo cultivator. Many righteous path goo masters did not hesitate to pay a huge price to invite her to take action. It seems she is very confident in brain explosion goo. If Brain Explosion Gu can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less problem. This is the best situation. But what if it cannot? What if Brain Explosion Gu is successfully dealt with by Chang Shan-yin? At the crucial moment, he chose to resist the soul explosion and let Brain Explosion Gu enter his ear aperture. This means he has some confidence and methods to get rid of this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned gloomy, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion this time. There are more variables now. It seems I need to make another deduction. Thinking of this, he walked to the bookshelf and opened the incense burner's cover, opening the secret passage. Following the secret passage, he went deep underground. He had already planted an earth fungus king gu here. This gu was a type of gu house. The space inside was narrow, but it was enough for one person to cultivate alone. Most importantly, the earth fungus king gu had deep defense and could guarantee Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After entering the gu, Dongfang Yuliang closed the entrance. The entire earth sac fungus king gu curled up into a ball and went dozens of feet underground before stopping. The inner wall of the earth fungus king gu was soft and thick like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture and mobilized rank 5 primeval essence, pouring it into star thought gu. He started to think, if Wolf King Chang Shan-yin gets rid of Brain Explosion Gu, how should I deal with him? The moment this question appeared in his mind, under the effect of star thought gu, it condensed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and could only exist in the mind. But this thought emitted blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could even leave the mind and fly above Dongfang Yuliang's head. Dongfang Yuliang quickly thought, there are 3 ways to deal with an enslavement path gu master. The first is the king path, using an enslavement path master to deal with an enslavement path master. The second thought-emitting starlight flew out of Dongfang Yuliang's mind and collided with the first star thought. The second is the tyrannical path, using the beheading tactic, using a valiant general to charge into the enemy's formation and take his life from the army. The third star thought flew out and circled around the first star thought. The third is the deceitful path, assassinating Chang Shan-yin, bribing him, or using emotions to move him. The fourth star thought flew out and intertwined with the previous star thought, colliding with it. But no matter how they collided, the 4 star thoughts were still 4, there was no change. Dongfang Yuliang recalled, our side's military strength, the enemy's military strength, both sides' rations, Chang Shan-yin's character, motive, the information of all the gu master experts on our side, the information of the enemy's experts. The recent weather forecast and trend, the battlefield's geographical environment, the number of hills and lakes, the number of beast groups in the surroundings, the possibility of other forces intervening. Boom. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of star thoughts were produced at the same time. Then they surged out of his mind and flew above Dongfang Yuliang's head. At once, the starlight shined brightly. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned pale. The primeval sea level in his aperture also fell by a large amount. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. The star thoughts were of different sizes. The big ones were not bigger than his big toe, while the small ones were not smaller than his pinky finger. In this narrow space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some collided with each other. 3 or 4, or even 5 or 6 brand new star thoughts appeared. Some star thoughts fused with each other. Some of the star thoughts actually split into multiple pieces. Hundreds and thousands of star thoughts filled the entire space. They were extremely dense and revolved around Dongfang Yuliang. The primeval sea level slowly fell. Dongfang Yuliang's mind was completely focused. He manipulated these star thoughts to fuse, collide, and split. As he continued to work hard, he occasionally used other wisdom path gu worms to assist him. The number of star thoughts gradually decreased. After 4 hours out of the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were the size of a fist. They flickered with starlight and contained complex thoughts. When these star thoughts flew into Dongfang Yuliang's mind, Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. He successfully deduced many methods to deal with the Wolf King. These methods were organized and had a clear hierarchy. If it were a normal person, they might not be able to sort out these countless chaotic factors even after thinking for a month or two, not to mention finding a solution from this chaotic situation. But using wisdom path methods, Dongfang Yuliang only spent 4 hours to obtain the answer. However, these answers were not the only ones. Taking out Yuan's stone to recover his primeval essence, after resting for a while, Dongfang Yuliang deduced the same problem again. This time, he only spent an hour and a half to obtain 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his mind. After reading them, he obtained some answers. These answers were very similar to the previous batch, but there were some slight differences in the details. Dongfang Yuliang let out a sigh of relief and finally stopped. After a while, relying on Yuan's stone to replenish his primeval essence, he recovered to his peak state. But deep in his soul, there was still a feeling of weakness and exhaustion that lingered and could not be dispelled. Wisdom path deductions not only expended primeval essence to activate goo worms, but also expended the strength of the soul. The more deductions, the larger the scale of the thoughts, and the longer the deductions took, the more the soul would be expended. Weakness was normal. If the deductions were too difficult, the soul would be injured or even die. Of course, as a rank 5 wisdom path goo master, Dongfang Yuliang, who had received pointers from a goo immortal, naturally had a complete set of goo worms. Rank 4, refine essence spirit goo. Dongfang Yuliang's body immediately became thinner. His energy was converted by refine essence spirit goo into nourishment for his soul. His soul was greatly nourished. The feeling of weakness quickly dissipated. However, a strong sense of hunger came immediately after. Chapter 511. After several days of continuous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds in the sky were dissipating. Grand pillars of light pierced through the gaps of the clouds and shone on the moist grassland. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The spirits were flying high. The Black Alliance army was like a flood, moving towards Chaofu. Looking ahead, people were flowing into the sky. Looking back, the dense army was like a tail, dragging out of their vision. But this was only the middle army. Besides them, there was the vanguard army, logistics army, left guard army, and right guard army. The Black Alliance army was huge. It was evident. A giant twin-headed rhinoceros was covered in metal armor. It was like a small moving fortress. 16 pairs of pillar-like thick legs moved in turns, stepping on the grassland and creating a deep pit with each step. This was a rank 4 giant beast twin-headed iron rhinoceros. It was being controlled by an enslavement path goo master. It gave off a domineering aura. On its broad back was the Black Alliance's main tent. He Lulan sat in the center of the tent. The curtains around him were pulled up, giving him a wide field of vision. He was dark and fat, his face was full of beard, he was lying on a tiger skin chair, he raised his head and gulped down the wine in his cup. Look at my military appearance, what is there to fear about that Dongfang lad? He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in his chest, his laughter was filled with a savage and ruthless aura. Lord Alliance leader is right. That Dongfang lad must have peed his pants already, right? With all the heroes here, our army will definitely sweep through the enemy with a thunderous momentum. In the main tent, several higher-ups were sitting, most of them were rank 4 experts. There were very few rank 3 peak stage goo masters. They laughed loudly, their mood was optimistic. They all agreed with He Lulan. Only one person was sitting on the first seat on the left. He was expressionless. His eyes were closed as if he was an outsider. He was indifferent to the discussions around him. But no one was disgusted. They felt it was natural. He Lulan filled the wine cup in his hand and took the initiative to toast this person. Brother Xianxia, come, let's have a drink. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and raised the cup on the table. He gestured to He Lulan and drank the wine. Brother Xianxia, are you still thinking about the assassination a few days ago? That shadow swordsman was indeed a beauty. I've already sent people to deal with her. That Dongfang brat is despicable and shameless. He actually dared to come and assassinate us. We can't show weakness either. Once we win this battle and capture that chick alive, I'll let you deal with her. He Lulan comforted him in a rough voice. Everyone burst into laughter. With Lang Wangda's help, any defense line can be broken. Immediately, a Gu master flattered. That's right, I heard that Shadow Swordsman is as beautiful as a flower. It would be great to play with her on the bed. A male Gu master winked, his face showing a smile that all men could understand. What assassination could take the lives of our Lang Wangda's men? That is Dongfang Brat's wishful thinking. No matter how many more assassinations there are, we have nothing to fear. The Gu master in charge of the supply camp flattered. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, looking at the person who spoke. How many more assassinations do you want? You were sneaked into the supply camp and then swaggered away. Don't you feel ashamed? The main tent suddenly quieted down. He Lulan tried to smooth things over. Sigh, Brother Shan, don't be angry. Before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. Let's not talk about other things. Hey tribe leader, where are the materials and Gu worms I wanted? Taking advantage of the opportunity of being assassinated, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and ruthlessly demanded a sum of shock suppression fee. A trace of displeasure flashed past He Lulan's eyes as he smiled. They were all sent to Brother's tent. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Since that is the case, I will go cultivate first. Come and call me again when the battle begins. Saying so, without waiting for He Lulan's reply, he directly jumped off the twin-headed rhinoceros and left everyone's sight. He Lulan snorted and heavily slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table. He had successfully established the alliance and assumed the position of alliance leader. The authority of being above millions made him happy. Thus, he could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The people in the main tent, however, were silent. But soon, a sinister voice sounded. This Wolf Wangda person? I finally understand now. No wonder Chang tribe could not tolerate him back then. When the crowd heard this, although they didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with him. Chang Shan was arrogant, but in any organization system, the superiors were always in control of the subordinates. But the superiors would not allow the subordinates to offend them. Oh, it's cunning Lord Sun Shirhan. He Lulan looked to the side and saw the person speaking. He pointed at the seat where Fang Yuan was sitting. Come, since Chang Shan has left, come and sit here. Sun Shirhan was overjoyed. He spoke ill of Fang Yuan behind his back to express goodwill to He Lulan. He Lulan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was closest to He Lulan. But precisely because of this seat was not for ordinary people. Sun Shirhan was known as Cunning Lord. He was a crafty and treacherous person. He was good at scheming and plotting, but he was good at making grand excuses. He knew the rules of the righteous path very well. Thus, even though others felt disdain for him, they could not do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation, but he knew he was not qualified to sit on Fang Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to He Lulan. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your reward, but I cannot accept a reward that I did not deserve. In this battle, I have pondered for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 strategies to offer. Sun Shirhan said these 23 strategies on the spot. Every word was practical. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance Army's Gu masters and experts. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to research them. At once, everyone's attention was attracted. After Sun Shirhan finished speaking, He Lulan clapped and laughed. As expected of a cunning lord, such a good plan. Sun Shirhan laughed proudly, continuing, reporting to Alliance Leader, I have just thought of another strategy. It is called showing weakness to the enemy. That Dongfang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Chang Shan. Wolf King was affected by soul explosion Gu but did not die. Dongfang Yuliang will definitely plan again and set up many methods to deal with Wolf Wangda's men. We might as well strike later and order Wolf King to hold back. When the battle is intense and Dongfang Yuliang's methods are broken, we can call Wolf King to make a move and end the battle. What does Alliance Leader think? Everyone heard this and some raised their eyebrows, while others remained silent. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She thought for a while before saying, Sun Shirhan's plan is good, we will see. This answer was ambiguous, but Sun Shirhan revealed a happy smile. Take a seat. He Lulan pointed at the seat. Thank you, Lord, for the seat, I cow. Saying this, Sun Shirhan actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to He Lulan. Many of the Gu masters present showed disdainful expressions, while several old tribe leaders showed contemplative expressions. I am Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Wei Exin, greetings to Dongfang Alliance leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 men and 1 woman, greeted Dongfang Yuliang. In Dongfang Alliance army, although there were no enslavement path masters like Fang Yuan, there were many enslavement path Gu masters nurtured by the various tribes. Among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yuliang sat down and slightly nodded towards the 3 of them, getting straight to the point. This time, I called the 3 of you here only for one matter. It is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chang Shan-in. Wolf King Chang Shan-in. The 3 heard this and their expressions changed. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. This was an enslavement path master. His name had shaken Northern Plains decades ago. Now that he had resurfaced, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. His strength was not any weaker than before. He also had a night wolf beast emperor, and with He tribe's help, he controlled 500,000 wolves, affecting the entire battle situation by himself. Such an expert, how could they be his match? The 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other, seeing the heaviness and fear in each other's eyes. But at this point, fear was useless. The 3 said in unison, we will listen to Dongfang Alliance leader's instructions. Dongfang Yuliang smiled, but changed the topic, asking about their enslavement path cultivation situation. Enslavement path consumes the most resources. Although I have the tribe's support, my crocodile group can only be maintained at around 50,000. I'm ashamed. Yi Xianming spoke first. I believe Alliance leader knows about my situation. I was not an enslavement path Gu master in my early years. I could be considered to have switched to it halfway. While exploring, I accidentally found a small inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor and obtained many Bladewing blood bat groups. These years, I have been accumulating enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress has been slow. Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Exen sighed. In my opinion, the most difficult aspect of enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has little effect. I have worked hard for close to 20 years, cultivating almost every day, but I only have an 800-man crabman soul now. Among the 3, the oldest and the strongest was Wei Exin. Soul path, enslavement path, wisdom path, these 3 paths had deep implications. Dongfang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words and linked it to his own cultivation, showing a very understanding expression. He slowly said, the cultivation of the soul is indeed difficult. It requires a lot of patience to accumulate over a long period of time. Although I use the tribe's secret recipe of gold thread Gu and Lingqi Gu, I also have a 1,000-man soul foundation now. But it still took a full 10 years of precious time. When the 3 of them heard this, they could not help but be moved, and looked at Dongfang Yuliang with admiration. They had heard of Gold Thread Gu and Lingqi Gu long ago. The former could strengthen the soul, but when the Gu master used it, they would taste the extreme bitterness of the human world, and eating anything would be a kind of painful torture. In the long run, they would not be able to eat, and the Gu master would become as thin as a match, extremely weak. And Lingqi Gu could refine the soul, removing the impurities in the soul. But during the process, the Gu master would feel extreme pain, as if their skin and flesh were being cut off piece by piece. Dongfang Yuliang's talent was astonishing, but he was able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. It was a result of countless blood, tears, hard work, and sweat. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned solemn. Everyone, do you know that my Dongfang tribe has a killer move for 3 people to attack together, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Chapter 5:12. Red, green, and black, the three colors intertwined in the air. The flickering light shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. He had a focused expression as he stared at the incomplete product, trying his best to stabilize the situation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, an extremely sharp buzzing sound exploded. The sound wave spread in the air, forming a strong wind that flipped over the tables and chairs in the room. The vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The ink spilled and the paper fluttered. The three-colored light completely dissipated. The incomplete product exploded into a pool of blue blood that splattered on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining goo. This goo was called nauseating infant sob goo. It was specially used to deal with 3 hearts combination soul. 3 hearts combination soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow 3 goo master souls to fuse into one temporarily and achieve a state where they could work together seamlessly regardless of offense or defense. Fang Yuan had experienced it personally these days. Some of his blurry memories became clearer. He vaguely remembered that in this battle between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang, He Lulan's face was filled with dirt and grime, and she only managed to win by a narrow margin. Because of 3 hearts combination soul, He Lulan's side suffered heavy losses. Later, when Ma Hongyun rose to power, when dealing with Dongfang tribe, 3 hearts combination soul caused him great trouble many times. There was even one time when he was schemed against by others and lost miserably to this killer move, being captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun became a prisoner and unexpectedly met Dongfang Qingyu, capturing her heart. Dongfang Qingyu not only secretly let him go, but also told Ma Hongyun the secret of this killer move. After Ma Hongyun returned safely, he worked with his wife, Xingling Heir, who had already become a refinement pathmaster, to refine nauseating infant sob goo, which was specially used to counter 3 hearts combination soul. Nauseating infant sob goo was extremely effective on the battlefield. Ma Hongyun's side obtained complete victory, while Dongfang tribe suffered defeat after defeat. As the number of failures increased, 3 hearts combination soul gradually disappeared from the stage of history. During the 5 regions chaotic war, the world was in chaos. 3 hearts combination soul was stolen by Central Continent's goo masters and improved upon. It became popular again. Ma Hongyun directly released the nauseating infant sob goo's recipe. After the world grasped it, they could modify the original goo recipe and decipher the modified 3 hearts combination soul. At this point, the 3 hearts combination soul had truly lost its use and was no longer used by others. Fang Yuan had been reborn and had 500 years of memories from his previous life. He naturally knew the recipe of the nauseating infant sob goo. But the nauseating infant sob goo was a rank 4 goo. The refinement materials were not rare, but the refinement difficulty was high. With Fang Yuan's almost grandmaster refinement level talent, he tried more than 10 times and failed every time. Sighing, Fang Yuan stood up and walked to the window. This window was also destroyed by the air currents produced when the goo refinement failed. A large hole appeared in the glass-like membrane. The wind from the outside carried the scent of grass and flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan gently pressed his palm against the window and mobilized a wisp of true essence. Soon, the membrane on the window grew back and condensed again, blocking the wind outside. The walls moved like sausages, and the potholes from before were all filled up. The broken vase fragments and the blue blood stains on the ground were all absorbed. This was the convenience of the large lizard house goo. The large lizard house goo was a rank 3 goo, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house goo. The lizard house goo was already as big as a bus, and its appearance was a 4-legged lizard. The lizard house goo had a passageway inside, with several rooms on both sides. The large lizard house goo was like a 2-story building, 5 times the size of the lizard house goo. It had 2 floors with more rooms and more space. It was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan after he joined He tribe. This was where he usually cultivated and lived his daily life. Other than Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 goo masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns to change shifts and were equipped with special investigative goo to target almost all stealthy goo masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacked again, he would be discovered by the Gu Masters before he could even get within 100 steps, and his whereabouts would be exposed. This was the arrangement made after Fang Yuan was assassinated. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window and saw large numbers of Gu Masters and mortals nervously setting up defenses. Some were digging ditches, some were growing trees, erecting watchtowers, and some were building mud walls. The outline of a tight defensive line was gradually forming. This was already the third line of defense. The terrain of northern plains was mostly flat grassland. There were no obstacles. It was a flat plain. Thus, a long time ago when two forces fought in northern plains, if they lost, they could not even escape and would be chased by the victors. If a battle was lost, it usually meant that the situation was set and a tribe would quickly decline or even be exterminated. But with a defensive line, it was different. Once the battle was lost, be it retreating or escaping or hiding or waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would play a huge role. War was a matter of life and death and related to the rise and fall of a tribe. It was extremely dangerous and hard to predict. There was a high chance that a small accident or a mistake on one side would lead to failure. At this time, the tribe would retreat and defend according to the defensive line. After taking a breather and stabilizing their footing, they could regroup. This was the world of Gu, and individuals possessed mystical powers. It was not difficult to build a defensive line that was as long as Earth's Great Wall. People soon realized the huge benefits of such a defensive line. Thus, the battle in northern plains was not a decisive battle, where groups of riders would charge and kill, but a battle of attrition. According to reports, Dongfang tribe is already setting up the fourth defensive line. Right now, we are 3,000 li away from them. According to tradition, they will stop every 800 to 1,000 li and set up a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled. Through moving perspective Cup Gu, it was sent to Fang Yuan from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of space thought Gu, Fang Yuan produced translucent thoughts that were like bubbles, slowly approaching the brain explosion Gu in his head. Brain explosion Gu was only a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it on the day he obtained it. But he still kept the brain explosion Gu in his head. These days, brain explosion Gu had been sucking his brain juice and was constantly being corroded by space thought. It was finally time for a qualitative change. In an instant, brain explosion Gu broke apart, turning into a lump of black light, a puff of white smoke, as well as a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his heart filled with endless joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, turning them into 2 rank 3 Gu. These Gu were all ordinary Gu. Fang Yuan placed them aside and ignored them. The crucial point was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his head, reading the information inside. Soon, his body shook lightly, and his pupils dilated. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 5:13. The creator of Soul Path, the legendary Gu Master at the peak of rank 9, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, had once commented, "The world is huge, Dang Hun Mountain is the best choice for soul strengthening, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for soul refinement. If you can obtain one mountain and one valley, you will definitely reach great success in Soul Path and roam the world unhindered." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were known as the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. How much help these 2 sacred lands could bring to Gu Masters, Fang Yuan had experienced it deeply ever since he gained control of Dang Hun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated by using the Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain. Guts Gu was the number 1 Gu used to strengthen the soul. It directly increased one's foundation without any side effects and had extremely high efficiency. Ordinary Gu Masters, if they wanted to accumulate their soul to 1,000-man level, they would need around 20 years. Some geniuses, with the support of their clans and the care of their elders, could shorten the 20 years by half. As for Fang Yuan, He used the Guts Goo on Dang Hun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. Don't forget, this was under the condition that Dang Hun Mountain was corroded by the gruel mud immortal goo and was dying. Fang Yuan easily accumulated his soul to 1,000-man level because of Dang Hun Mountain. His speed was like a rocket soaring into the sky. But soul cultivation, besides strengthening the soul, also needed to refine and purify the soul. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul refinement speed was like a turtle crawling. Fang Yuan had always used wolf soul goo to refine the soul and transform it into a wolfman soul. But the wolf soul goo he used had never reached rank 5, the highest was rank 4. Rank 4 wolf soul goo's 1,000-man soul was like a bottle of ink being poured into a lake. To dye the whole lake, the rank 4 wolf soul goo's efficiency was too low. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried to find the rank 5 wolf soul goo, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Without rank 5 wolf soul goo, there was actually another method. That was to use second watch goo or third watch goo to increase the flow of time, or directly enter the blessed land to increase his cultivation speed. Others could use this method, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was slowly recovering with time. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, it was like a blade that took his life, floating around Fang Yuan's neck. My 1,000-man soul is completely benefiting from Dang Hun Mountain. Luo Pa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain are on par, if I can obtain it. At once, Fang Yuan even had the urge to cultivate Soul Path. If I can save Dang Hun Mountain and control Luo Pa Valley, with the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path, changing to Soul Path is a wise move. My future is even brighter than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. This is even more promising than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. According to the instructions in the thought, Luo Pa Valley is very far away. The most important thing now is to save Dang Hun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luo Pa Valley. With the help of enslavement and enslavement path, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. With his enslavement and strength path cultivation, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But with his current strength, he was still far from being invincible in the mortal world. Just Shadow Sword Expert was enough to make him lose face. Although he had the second aperture, dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, and rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was still minuscule in the situation of the Imperial Court contest. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 Gu master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Mo Shirquang and Bian Si Xian get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dong Fang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Fang Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning Gentleman could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while refining the nauseating infant Sob Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Dang Hun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the Starlight Firefly group scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more Starlight Firefly goo. To be able to produce so many Starlight Firefly goo in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate goo for a long time, causing the Starlight Firefly goo's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the Starlight Firefly goo's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, The pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Fang Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to northern plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced, thus the rabbit group's scale increased rapidly. After Little Who Immortal reported this situation, Fang Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Who Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Fang Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, the two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Who Immortal secretly helped the hairy men to defeat a Rockman tribe, and sold the Rockman captives to Crane Gate. Crane Gate had repeatedly proposed a deal for Guts Gu, but Little Who Immortal had rejected them all. Fang Zheng, as the negotiator, had requested to meet Fang Yuan several times, but was also rejected. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, Little Who Immortal had sold Gruel Mud again, and obtained the second Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's recipe. After so many days, Fang Yuan had sold all the remnant recipes related to Immortal Gu. Little Who Immortal had sold them again, and obtained 11 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. The more the same Gu recipe was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, and the more Gu Immortals obtained it, the lower the treasure light would be. Thus, it could not be used as a long-term profit. This was like a gold mine that had already been mostly mined, and the profits would gradually decrease in the future. It was not worth looking forward to. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dongfang Yuliang personally sent a challenge letter to He Lulan. This made He Lulan stunned. She asked, "Has Dongfang tribe's rear army already arrived?" Cunning Gentleman's son Shirhan answered, "The enemy's rear army is 5,000 li away. They are currently constructing the 5th defense line." He Lulan smiled sinisterly. Dongfang tribe's military strength is lower than ours to begin with. They still dare to split up. Sun Shirhan also smiled. Dongfang Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait for a while. When the rear army gathers, our military strength will greatly surpass the enemy. At that time, we can suppress them in one fell swoop and kill them all. He Lulan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He had a personal grudge with Dongfang Yuliang. When he was young, he had traveled the world and gained experience, and had been drooling over Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. But he was taught a lesson by Dongfang Yuliang, and suffered greatly. Although he wanted to take revenge, he was not someone who would be easily controlled by his emotions. Even an idiot can see Dongfang lad's intentions. He wants to fight, but I won't give him the chance. How long until our rear army arrives? He Lulan asked. About 3 days. The Wang family patriarch answered. But I will write a letter to challenge Dongfang Yuliang to a battle in 4 days. He Lulan laughed loudly. After Dongfang Yuliang received the letter, he passed it to the civil and military officials to read. The higher-ups of the Dongfang alliance were furious. He Lulan's letter was full of nonsense and arrogance, claiming that he was merciful and gave Dongfang Yuliang 3 more days, hoping that Dongfang Yuliang would not let him down and enjoy the last moments of his life. The generals all asked for permission to fight, but Dongfang Yuliang smiled calmly. "Everyone, please calm down. This letter is within my expectations. I have calculated many times over the past few days, and have come up with a plan. Please listen to me in detail." 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the decisive battle, the weather was sunny, and the sky was cloudless. The grass was knee-deep, and both sides were in formation, stretching for hundreds of miles. The banners were like a forest, the soldiers were like ants. The twin-headed rhinoceros was like a small mountain. In the main tent on its back sat He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader, and other experts. Fang Yuan's seat was naturally the first on the left. As for Cunning Lord's descendant Shirhan, he stood behind He Lulan with a loyal expression, as if he had already become He Lulan's confidant. The wind howled in his ears, causing the war banners to flutter. Fang Yuan sat calmly, looking into the distance. He saw that the other side's army was organized. The main tent was standing on a white cloud, floating in the air. Inside the main tent, Dongfang Yuliang could be seen sitting in the center, with all the civil and military officials sitting on his left and right. In terms of aura, they were not any weaker than He Lolan's side. At this time, He Lolan's laughter resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha! Today's battle is the first step for my He tribe to move unhindered in northern plains, and take the throne of the imperial court. Everyone, who wants to go up with me and challenge the first battle? The moment he finished speaking, a group of Gu masters stood up and left their seats, shouting loudly or patting their chests, requesting to go up. He Lolan's gaze moved back and forth, landing on one of them. Pan Ping, you will go up. Pan Ping was tall and strong, his hair alternating between red and yellow, with a silver hilt and golden edge on his waist. He was overjoyed and was about to answer when he heard someone shouting in front of the formation. I am Tang Miao Ming. I have long heard of your Wolf King's illustrious name. I have come to experience it. Dongfang Yuliang is quite daring, actually challenging the battle first. The newcomer is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, rank 4 middle stage. She actually challenged Wolf Wang De. This person definitely has a scheme. Clearly, Fang Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment, he could not argue with Fang Yuan. Attack! 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 He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance leader has ordered, attack. Alliance leader has ordered, attack. The orders were passed down layer by layer. The army slowly moved, hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds and flowing water, like a millstone, a reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart, "Damn Wolf King, he's like a madman. Damn it, although I can hold on for now, I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me? Who can save me?" Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened, her face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control. The fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above. Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side, attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves, Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later, the two armies officially engaged in battle, and the chaotic battle unfolded. With Fang Yuan's help, this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Fang roared furiously, mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. A fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill! Tang Fang breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fong stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this, you will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally, it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here, one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu Masters were already reduced to the core strength, and above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts. And above them, there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Tang Fong calmed down and swore in his heart, retreating. You wanna leave? Leave your life behind. Right at this time, a Wang tribe rank 3 Gu Master pounced. It's Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block him. Tang tribe's elder immediately recognized the person's identity. Wang Jiang's fiancée, Luo Yufeng, was snatched away by Tang tribe. Their hatred was very deep. Now that the battle was going on, it was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. He naturally would not let it go. Similar situations like this were not rare. With people, there would be society, and with people, there would be gratitude and grudges. Chapter 5:15. Tang Clan. Today, I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Jiang's expression was malevolent as he shouted. His whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pill Fire Gu. He pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation. But he laughed sinisterly, and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow Fire Gu was not an offensive Gu, but a storage Gu. But when Gu Masters used Gu, it depended on their will. Who said storage Gu could not be used in battle? Tang Clan's Gu worms were mainly Fire Path Gu worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu, to deal with Tang Clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time, another 2 Gu Masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fong and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow Fire Gu was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2, they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang Clan elders saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fong a chance to retreat. Tang Fong was not a wastrel. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fong to retreat safely, but they did not expect this Tang Clan elder to be a defensive Gu Master, and also had a rare rank 3 Gu called Slow Step. This Gu, as the name suggested, could slow down a Gu Master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other 2 were held up, and could only give up on Tang Fong, and attack the Tang Clan elder with all their might. Tang Clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had Slow Step Gu, he could not block them. First, he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist, and then a wind blade, breaking his arm. In the end, he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The Gu masters shouted and screamed. Some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li huala. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and Gu masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A Gu master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. It's water demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. Retreat. This is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation. Many of the surviving rank 3 Gu masters wisely chose to retreat. Water demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Fong, who had the most people. These rank 3 Gu masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu. In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Fong and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Fong behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave. The elders urged, causing Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave in the end. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently and was about to attack again, when suddenly a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. With a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng. Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later, Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here. Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng wore a green robe, floating in the air, holding the wind blade that had just flown back. Along the way, the wind blade that was left with 3 leaves slowly recovered with Wind Demon's reinforcements, returning to the power of a 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved after being sent out. Wind Demon held the wind blade as if it was a toy, demonstrating his extraordinary control over wind. Humph, looks like you've been taught well by your master all these years. You've become arrogant. Water Demon grinned and stared at Wind Demon like a hawk. Wind Demon's expression turned gloomy. He waved his hand and shot out a 4-leaf wind blade, while his body shot straight towards Water Demon like an arrow. Come! Water Demon was not afraid. A huge wave rose under his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards the sky. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the wind howled and the waves soared to the sky. The battle between rank 4 experts started. The surrounding Goo Masters quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Soon, a special battlefield was created for the two demons of wind and water. Not only the two of them, after a period of time, the rank 4 Goo Master experts had also found their opponents. In the chaotic battlefield, more than 10 battle circles were created. The battle circles were not fixed, but moved slowly along with the two sides. Once the higher level battle strength was fixed, the entire battlefield became clear. First, the rank 4 experts fought in pairs, creating a large battle circle. Around the large battle circle, there were many small-scale battle circles. Rank 3 Goo Masters were fighting with their lives. Even further away were rank 2 and rank 1 Goo Masters, forming into groups and cooperating with each other in battle. Fang Yuan took this chance to gather his wolf group. The two armies were in a deadlock. Usually, at this time, the side that broke the balance first would gain the initiative and accumulate the advantage. After accumulating enough advantage, it could turn into victory. Be it He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, they knew this. Thus, their gazes landed on the elite troops in their hands. These elite troops were either 3 to 400 or 5 to 600. They had the same Goo Worm configuration and received the same strict training. They could instantly burst out with great strength. They were sharp weapons that could move unhindered on the battlefield. They were the trump cards of the commanders of both sides. Not every clan had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan had 5 elite troops. In Dongfang Yuliang's hands, there were 6. Dongfang Yuliang first sent out 100 Flowers elite troops. This was Hua clan's elite troops. They were weak in attack and defense, but specialized in healing. Once this elite troop moved out, they immediately healed large numbers of the injured and stabilized the situation, giving Dongfang tribe's grassroots Goo Masters a huge support. He Lulan was in the main tent. Seeing the scene, she snorted and ordered Blue Butterfly elite troops to attack and kill 100 Flowers elite troops. Blue Butterfly elite troops had 500 people. After avoiding the rank 4 Goo Masters, they easily pierced through the thick battlefield and charged towards 100 Flowers elite troops. Just as they were about to succeed, 3 groups of elite troops charged out from the east, south and west, forming an encirclement around the Blue Butterfly elite troops. It turned out that Dongfang Yuliang had already made arrangements, using 100 Flowers elite troops as bait to set up such an ambush. He Lulan naturally did not want to see the Blue Butterfly elite troops perish. She immediately sent other elite troops to rescue them. The elite troops of both sides quickly gathered together, forming layers of encirclement. The battle fell into a deadlock again. Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all. Dongfang she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dongfang she was the commander of Dongfang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dongfang Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dongfang Shi, Elder Shi, don't be impatient, you are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the 3 enslavement path Goo Masters, you 3, it is time to show your strength. Chapter 5:16. Hearing Dongfang Yuliang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan and Wei Xen looked at each other and nodded, activating their Goo Worms together. Rank 3, Giant Spirit Heart Goo, strengthening the soul. Rank 2, Heart Sound Goo, activating the inner voice. Rank 2, Harmony Voice Goo, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3, flying soul gu, soul leaving the body. Rank 3, soul chain gu, linking the chains. Rank 4, merge soul gu, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer move, 3 hearts combination soul. Boom, with an indistinct explosion, the 3 gu masters' souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the gu masters with at least 500-man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those gu masters below 500-man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400-man soul level, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dong Fang tribe's main tent. He was originally a 1,000-man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first, he had fallen to 800-man soul, but after recuperating he had recovered to 900-man soul level. 900-man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400-man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army, I can't get away. Otherwise, I can enter Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Gu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. Wolf King, let us experience your great move today. Wei Exin, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarms soon became precarious. This is the 9-fold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer. As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other 2 sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here. Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, a large number of 6-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, they are like 3 people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang, Wei, and Thi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixin. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Fang Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Fang Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulun. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Jiang Wanshan's blade-wing bloodbat group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use 3 hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probing, sure enough, they were Jiang Wanshan, Wei Xian, and Yi Xianming. The Blade-Wing Bloodbat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The Wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the Crocodile group and Crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mudwater Crab, Small Air Crab, Big Air Crab, Steel Pincer Crab, Crystal Drill Crab, Six-Legged Crocodile, Lava Crocodile, Rock Crocodile, and Plunder Shadow Crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, under 3 hearts combination soul, their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shan Yin. Seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lolan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But this way, Dongfang Yuliang would still have an arrow elite troop and would not be able to restrain them. The scales of victory would gradually tilt towards the other side. Fang Yuan lowered his voice and said to He Lulan, "The other side has a Blade-Wing Bloodbat group with fierce attacks. My wolf group will not be able to fight them in the air. More importantly, the other side used 3 hearts combination soul. Their soul is at 1,000-man soul level, causing the mixed beast group to be controlled by one person. If we can break this killer move, the mixed beast group will collapse without a fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. "Brother Shanin, pay more attention, I will end this battle quickly." He suddenly stretched out his thigh-thick arm, his right hand forming a claw with his palm facing upwards. Rank 5 aura suddenly rose. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fell as large amounts of primeval essence were instilled into the 4 Gu. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul. My He tribe also has dark vortex. He Lulan laughed malevolently, an intense killing intent surging in his chest. Whoosh, a pitch-black undercurrent appeared out of nowhere, lightly spiraling in the air before flowing into the palm of his right hand. Next, a second, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents were produced one after another, converging towards He Lulan's right claw like rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh, 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 countless undercurrents were produced rapidly, fusing with each other and actually creating the sound of howling winds. These finger-thick undercurrents squeezed together, first forming a black speck of light. Then, as large amounts of undercurrents continued to pour in, the black speck gradually expanded, forming a black ball the size of a fist. The black ball was deep and unfathomable, as if it was condensed from the dense night sky. Even one's gaze would be sucked in, causing people to feel fear. But when He Lulan looked at the black ball in his hand, he revealed extreme excitement, as well as an insane killing intent. "Dongfang brat, take this!" He Lulan suddenly shouted, his body suddenly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the enemy's main tent. "Die!" He Lulan let out a maniacal laugh. He flipped his right wrist, as if he was carrying 1,000 caddies of weight. He strenuously pushed the black ball in his hand towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small black ball's size crazily expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. The pitch-black giant ball seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving very quickly. It covered the radiance of the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The giant ball had not even smashed down, but all the Gu Master experts in the main tent felt a sense of panic, as if doomsday was approaching. They looked up at the giant ball pressing down, their bodies as heavy as lead. They wanted to retreat, but it was difficult for them to move. Damn it, it is He Tribe's killer move Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Gu Masters cried out. They simply could not muster up any will to resist. Despair appeared on the faces of Wei Xan and the other two. They were under 3 hearts combination soul. To dispel this killer move, they would need at least 5 minutes. But the corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the sky. In his vision, the black ball was getting bigger, but his expression was indifferent. As I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. He slightly raised his right leg and lightly stepped on the white clouds below him. The originally quiet white clouds started to boil like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist rolled and formed a huge vortex. Chapter 517. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a wisdom path Gu Master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card, a killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword expert Bian Xian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword expert, but also an even stronger Gu Master. He was Dong Pakong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu Master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6 rank 3 Gu Masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pakong and Bian Xian. Scram! Dong Pakong shouted coldly, the lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu Masters in front of him were struck by the lightning and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 died and 1 was injured. Bian Xian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu Masters, blocking her like a venomous snake, and in a few moments, she was behind them. What? This speed. Is this the true strength of Shadow Sword expert? The 3 Gu Masters were horrified. They turned around and could only see Bian Xian's graceful back. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pokong and the Shadow Swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Quick, someone come and protect me." "Don't worry, Wolf King. He Shui is on standby." The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "You're courting death." Dong Pakong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Shui. Bian Xian coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Shui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the 2 powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom! In the next moment he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pakong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Bian Si Xian's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Xiui was He Lulan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pakong and Bian Si Xian faced He Xiui, who was focused on defense and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Xiui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Shikuang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this imperial court contest, he was the #1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now, facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds, firmly protected Fang Yuan behind him. His combination of goo worms was extremely reasonable. It focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pakong and Bian Si Xian tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Xiui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Xiui's. He Xiui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way, his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Fang Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Xiui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pakong and Bian Si Xian immediately sensed the changes in He Xiui, and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous, and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Xiui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshan, but at this critical moment, with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dong Fang Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Bian Si Xian and Dong Pakong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dong Fang Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly used investigative goo to look back. He saw that Changshan had already turned into a puddle of water, and several goo worms flew out. A water image goo was left in the water. It was almost cut into 2 by the shadow sword. Its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image goo belonged to water demon Hao Jilu. Back then at the Heroes' Assembly, he had used water image goo to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had taken a liking to this method, and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the 3 of them knew about it. Fang Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used Wolf Caregu to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of goo worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where is the real Chang Shan Yin? Chapter 518. Standing on the twin-headed rhino's back, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning were patrolling the surroundings. The battlefield was in chaos. 3 out of the dozen or so rank 4 goo master battles had already decided the victor. Among them, He Tribe 1-2 and Dong Fong Tribe 1-1. Several elite troops were still entangled with each other. Because of Dong Fong Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in this aspect. The Wolf Group, Crocodile Group, Crab Group and Bat Group were also in a deadlock. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen, no one knew where he was hiding. Bian Si Xian and Dong Pekong's expressions darkened even more after their search failed. Dong Fong Yuliang quickly accepted this defeat and laughed heartily. This is a bit interesting. But I had already expected this. As long as Wolf King continues to command the Wolf Group, his soul fluctuations will not be able to be concealed and he will be found sooner or later. He Lulan, your defeat is only a temporary delay. Ha! He Lulan raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Dong Fong lad, do you really think I am restrained by you? Saying so, his skin turned pitch black like the night. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pores all over his body. The black smoke surged and quickly shrouded his whole body. In a short moment, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke. The smoke curled up in spirals and from outside, only a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. In Dong Fong Yuliang's heart, a strong sense of foreboding arose. The thought of retreating immediately flashed across his mind. But although the cloud vortex restrained the dark vortex and restrained He Lulan, however, from another perspective, wasn't it also the dark vortex that restrained the cloud vortex? The next moment, the black smoke that He Lulan turned into entered the dark vortex. Not good. Dong Fong Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was too late. The huge black ball was as big as a hill and was originally being slowly swallowed by the cloud vortex. But now, the dark vortex was shrinking again. The cloud vortex could not react in time and quickly retracted. However, in the next moment, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, it's more like an explosion than an expansion. Dong Fong Yuliang was shocked. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud vortex only lasted for 3 breaths before it was broken by the dark vortex. The dark sphere continued to expand, like a prehistoric monster opening its mouth to devour everything, including humans and beasts. Only when the entire battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely covered did the semicircular ball of black light suddenly disappear. There were no sound waves produced by conventional explosions, nor were there any waves of air. This strange and tyrannical explosion possessed a mighty corrosive power, as well as an insidious poison that could melt everything. After the vortex dissipated, the battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely cleared, leaving only He Lulan in the air and Dong Fong Yuliang in the deep pit. The others were all corroded into nothingness by the explosion of the dark vortex. He Lulan looked down at Dong Fong Yuliang below him. He was gasping for breath, he was extremely exhausted and his whole body was bathed in black-red blood. But his lips curled into a crazed and sinister smile. Dong Fong Yuliang could think of the killer move Cloud Vortex to counter the Dark Vortex for you? Then I can also modify the original killer move. How does the feast I prepared for you taste? This is a method that I have always kept hidden, I did not even tell my kin. He Lulan laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. At once, his aura suppressed the surroundings, even the Gu masters in battle could not help but pay attention to him. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He Tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dong Fong Tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dong Fong Yuliang was extremely crucial, It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies, he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the goo worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the goo worms died, the goo master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Exin, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Exin, and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path goo worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7-star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Goo. Swish, 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 countless thoughts gushed out, starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Luan, take this. Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Goo Masters were not defenseless people. Every Goo Master path, since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time, there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts. It seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good. It is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought's speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some Gu masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the Gu masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few Gu master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these Gu master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 Gu masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but rank 5 Gu masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most Gu masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face. Instead it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement Gu was very outstanding. Star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the two most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Chang Shan-yin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Chang Shan-yin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. Chapter 5:19. The battle continued. Because Dongfang Yuliang attacked with his full strength, after slaughtering 3 elite troops, Dongfang tribe's side started to gain the upper hand. Kill! Let us kill all these He tribe lackeys. Kill all the men and bring all the women into our camp. Dongfang Alliance army's morale surged. Their attacks became fierce and fierce, pressuring He tribe alliance army until they could not breathe. However, as the instigator, Dongfang Yuliang was worried. Although we are in a good position now, we have used our trump card in advance. Killer move 7-star light cannot be maintained for long. If we are not afraid of He Lulan and Chang Shan-yin forcing them out, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, cold light erupted in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. His clear and bright eyes turned towards He tribe's central army, where the Black Banner elite troops were stationed. This elite troop had great strength, far surpassing their peers. Up until now, this precious force had not been mobilized, suppressing the army's formation. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned towards a certain corner of the battlefield. Over there, Gu tribe's Gu masters were gathered. Gu Guang and the rest were fighting a bloody battle. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless as he split the star thought cloud into 2. One flew towards the Black Banner elite troops, while the other flew down towards Gu tribe. Seeing the star thought cloud attack, the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troops had a change of expression. Pay attention to defense. Everyone activate battle thought Gu together. Under the command of the commander, all the Black Banner elite troops activated battle thought Gu with all their might. Battle thought Gu, like star thought Gu and space thought Gu, it was also a wisdom path Gu worm. The Black Banner elite troops leaders were all equipped with rank 3 to rank 4 battle thought Gu. These battle thought Gu were originally used on the Black Banner elite troops. During the battle thought Gu would charge into their minds, causing their battle intent to soar to the sky, making them brave and fearless. The star thought cloud rushed over, and in the sky above the Black Banner elite troops, crimson thoughts rose. Although these battle thoughts were sparse, they protected the Black Banner elite troops, helping them resist the impact of the star thought cloud. He tribe is indeed a super tribe. The quality of the elite troops they nurture is different from the elite troops of other tribes, far surpassing their peers. Seeing this, Fang Yuan praised inwardly. These Black Banner elite troops were He tribe's trump card force that was created through the continuous accumulation and careful selection of elite Gu masters. After a large amount of training and huge investments, they were finally created. Each of them had strong willpower and had the ability to resist the impact of thoughts. Now that they were surrounded by battle thoughts, the star thought cloud's rampage was stopped for the first time. Of course, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yuliang did not use his full strength, but split the nebula into two and only used one half to attack the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army's astonishing performance made people raise their eyebrows, forming a clear contrast with the other defeated elite soldiers. On the other side, Gu Tribe's troops were screaming miserably under the attack of the majestic star thoughts. They were utterly defeated and massacred in large numbers. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Wolf Care Gu was used to perfection by him, allowing him to clearly see Gu Tribe's miserable state. Gu Tribe was only a chess piece to disguise his identity. As the chess player, how could he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not making a move. Dongfang Yuliang patiently waited for a while, secretly activating investigative Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made a move, he would be able to accurately find Fang Yuan's location through soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make a move. The Wolf King's display of coldness and heartlessness caused Dongfang Yuliang to feel a chill. Instead, He Lulan saw that his Black Banner elite troops were showing signs of not being able to hold on, and quickly appeared. Dongfang Yuliang die. He shouted with great vigor. Evidently he had already recovered from the internal injuries caused by the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted coldly. Large amounts of new star thoughts emerged from his mind and charged towards He Lulan. The two fiercely collided in the air, entangling with each other without a clear victor. With He Lulan's interference, the star thoughts that were troubling Black Banner elite troops and Gu Tribe dissipated after wreaking havoc for a while without the support of reinforcements. The battlefield was chaotic for a while, before returning to a deadlock. Among the dozen or so rank 4 battles, a small half had already decided the victor. Rank 4 experts were either dead or injured. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still entangling with each other. Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian and Flying Lightning Dong Pakong were moving around the battlefield. These two had powerful movement Gu. Even if they were intercepted by rank 4 Gu masters, they could easily escape. They continued to search for traces of Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been hiding and did not make a move, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea while looking at the smoke image at the center of the stone table. The smoke image moved endlessly, displaying the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe clearly. Every detail could be observed. The female Gu immortal Tan Baya retracted her gaze and smiled at the male Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori. It seems this battle still depends on the outcome of the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side won would gain the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang is a good young man. His army is clearly weaker than He tribe, but he can fight to such a deadlock. It seems Brother Changfan's teachings are quite effective. Dongfang Naganori wore a tall hat and had an ancient face. His eyes flickered with hundreds and thousands of colored glaze lights. As the only wisdom path Gu immortal in Dongfang tribe, he lightly shook his head and said with a cold tone, "In fact, the guidance I gave to Dongfang Yuliang was only 2 or 3 sentences. But this young man is not bad. He has his own ideas." After returning, he spread the news and used my influence to rise up. He has some talent and knows how to work hard. I have already promised him that as long as he can enter the imperial court, I will treat his sister's illness and nurture him as one of my successors. Enter the imperial court? Tan Baya was slightly startled, then smiled lightly. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in this imperial court contest, Dongfang tribe does not have much hope. Among the hot favorites this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is widely favored. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai secretly entrusted an immortal gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already a well-known secret in the circle. Although Yi Lui tribe has the Huang Jin bloodline and is one of the few super tribes in Northern Plains, they have not entered the imperial court for 8 consecutive times. Precisely because of this, Yi Lui Lai was ridiculed by He tribe's He Cheng in public. This time, he used an immortal gu to get back at them. Dongfang Naganori finished speaking and laughed lightly. His laughter seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya took a sip of tea and said, Speaking of He Cheng, He Lulan is his 27th wife's son. This was his son, so it was reasonable for him to support him from behind. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the hot favorites. Historically, the contest for the imperial court is just a competitive game between the Huang Jin tribes. Whoever can become the lord of the imperial court, the support of the force behind them is extremely important. In my opinion, He Lulan's chances of winning are much higher than your Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Naganori shook his head slowly. Tan Baiya saw this and a trace of interest flashed in her eyes. What? Did Brother Chang Fan secretly give Dongfang Yuliang an immortal gu to protect himself? Or do you have some arrangements to ensure that Dongfang Yuliang enters the imperial court? The scheming ability of Wisdom Path Gu Masters was something that Gu Immortals had either experienced personally or heard of. There were very few Wisdom Path Gu Masters, and Dongfang Naganori was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Master in Northern Plains. If he secretly made arrangements, as long as he did not openly break the rules of the contest for the imperial court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great chance of winning. But Dongfang Naganori denied Tan Baiya's guess. No. In this contest for the imperial court, Ma tribe has great influence and can be said to have one foot in the imperial court lord position. How can I, Dongfang Naganori, do useless things? He, Dongfang Naganori, was already old and did not have much time left. He had also calculated that his death was near. Thus for the tribe and to ensure his inheritance did not end, the urgent matter at hand was to choose and nurture a successor. As for the imperial court lord, that was secondary. Not all Gu Masters could become Wisdom Path Gu Masters just by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dongfang Yuliang's talent made Dongfang Naganori very satisfied, and even slightly fearful. And what made him even more satisfied was that Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sickly sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness. As long as he grasped this point, he would not need to worry about his loyalty. The contest for the imperial court was only a trap he had set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang failed, for the sake of his sister, he would definitely come to ask for help. This was the same as handing his weakness to him. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Although he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to save his sister, the result was definitely not to be. Tan Baiya was very surprised. What? Brother Chang Fan, you are actually optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large tribe, and their military might is indeed impressive, but they do not have a Gu Immortal Supreme Elder. Dongfang Naganori had been waiting for her to ask this question. He slowly replied, Little Sister Baiya, you might not know, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe and are secretly supporting them. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, those demonic Path Gu Immortals. Tan Baiya's expression sank. This news had a huge impact on her. She stared at Dongfang Naganori. Brother Chang Fan, how did you know this? Dongfang Naganori smiled proudly. I deduced this myself. You are the first person to know about it. Tan Baiya immediately believed him. Dongfang Naganori was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. The results of his deductions were almost equivalent to the truth. Tan Baiya was also well aware of his situation. He had no motive to deceive her. Moreover, those demonic Path Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had always coveted 88-point Xinyang Tower. This time they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to attack Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Such matters had already happened many times before. Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. Once Lu Wenwu obtained the position of imperial court, It would be extremely helpful to her position in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had seriously destroyed her plans. She naturally could not tolerate it. She stood up. Brother Chang Fan, this matter is extremely important. Demonic Path Gu immortals are all jackals and wolves, but the others are still in the dark. I will go inform them now. Please forgive me for taking my leave. Go. Dongfang Naganori slowly nodded, at the same time opening the Blessed Land's door. After Tan Baya left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Naganori's expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This conversation was only a trap he had set up for Tan Baya. Tan Baya was also an astute Gu immortal, but she was in the middle of a trap and had a request, so she was easily tricked. Dongfang Naganori shifted his gaze to the smoke. The battlefield had already changed. Dongfang Yuliang gradually could not hold on after a long battle, and could only choose to retreat. Once the main commander retreated, the army's morale plummeted, and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, they also began to retreat. The retreat was panicked but not chaotic. It was clear they had undergone a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of effort in the aspect of retreat. Dongfang army slowly retreated, and from time to time, many He tribe Gu masters lost their lives due to their carelessness. Wind Demon, you cowardly rat, you want to run now? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared. His body was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. Wind Demon snorted coldly, but did not reply, instead retreating in silence, persistently executing Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line set up by the army was several hundred li behind them. As long as they retreated into the defensive line and rested for a while, Dongfang Alliance Army's battle strength would quickly recover. By then, it would be He tribe army's turn to have a headache, and the initial disadvantage was only a small matter. However, at this time, the wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, forming a wave again, charging towards Dongfang army with all their might. Wolf groups were different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives, but wolf groups did not fear death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were about to split open. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties. Panic quickly spread throughout the army, forming a state of collapse. Fang Yuan used 80% of his strength. His master-level enslavement path attainment dazzled the audience. Wave after wave of attacks came unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud, falling piece by piece under the assault of the wolf tide. Intense soul fluctuations exposed Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan had already appeared in public. He was standing on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros. Many Gu master experts had gathered around him. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth, his eyes about to spew fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and viciousness. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had only made 2 moves in this battle. The first time he made a move, he directly incited the army into battle, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to be useless. And the second time he made a move, he caught Dongfang army's weakest moment, hitting them while they were down. After fighting for so long, the Gu masters' primeval essence in their aperture was almost used up. Although they still had the strength to fight, they often perished together with the wolves. The best way to deal with Dongfang Yuliang was to kill him in one strike, and not give him any chance to scheme. He Lulan listened to Cunning Gentleman's suggestion and did not speak. He had interacted with Dongfang Yuliang before, and was familiar with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. But he did not want to let go of this opportunity, thus he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, and said to He Lulan, "Hey tribe leader, don't worry, I only need 15 minutes to break this defensive line." Everyone looked at him, and Cunning Gentleman sneered, feeling that Fang Yuan was exaggerating. He Lulan was overjoyed. Let's see Wolf King's methods. The wolf group swarmed out again, and gathered together, launching an unending assault on Dongfang tribe's first defensive line. Dongfang tribe defended with all their might, and in just a moment, The city walls were filled with wolf corpses. He tribe's soldiers were moved. Fang Yuan's method of fighting without regard for the sacrifices, he was simply sending the wolf group to their deaths. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop, which was most proficient in long-range attacks, they stood on the city walls and showed off. The rank 4 experts took on the role of firefighters, providing support everywhere. Whenever a dangerous situation appeared, they would take turns to take action and avert the danger. Dongfang tribe's defensive line was simply impregnable. Fang Yuan sneered and continued to activate Wolf Howl Gu. The momentum of the charge changed continuously, making it difficult for the eyes to follow. Every change brought a huge threat to the defensive line. The high intensity caused the wolf group to sacrifice a lot, and in a short period of time, 280,000 wolves died. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he stood on the twin-headed rhinoceros back, commanding from afar. Everyone in the main tent, however, had a change in their gazes towards him. Wolf King's ruthlessness made people feel fearful. Such a majestic and ferocious wolf tide made them feel even more insignificant. Wolf King Changshan, you have such a ruthless heart. Are you trying to exterminate all of us? Dongfang Yuliang's expression was grim. The wolf group's large number of sacrifices was exchanged for Dongfang tribe's intense primeval essence expenditure. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would have rather sacrificed He Lulan to take Changshan Yin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold on any longer. They did not have time to recover their primeval essence. The wolf group's attacks made them exhausted and had no time to breathe. Retreat. Without a choice, Dongfang Yuliang could only give this order. Just as Fang Yuan said, a moment later, Dongfang tribe's first defensive line was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of injured Gu masters to bring up the rear, and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the second defensive line at the fastest speed possible. The wolf group is exhausted. It is not suitable to continue chasing. Fang Yuan retracted the wolf group and opened up a path, giving He tribe army a chance to move again. This action won him the favor of almost everyone. My injuries are not light. Chase after them and try your best to kill them. But be careful, Dongfang lad must have made some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, sending Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, Wang tribe leader and others to chase after them. The generals excitedly crossed the broken defensive line and chased after them. But just as the pursuing army was about to cross the defensive line, an intense explosion occurred. Boom, like the sound of thunder, dozens of Gu masters were blasted into the sky, and what fell on the ground was a pile of rotten flesh and broken limbs. Bam bam bam. Next, a large number of explosions occurred one after another, piercing through the entire defensive line. The pursuing army suffered heavy casualties in an instant and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato Gu. Dongfang Yuliang buried a large number of charred thunder potato Gu under the defensive line. The investigative Gu master returned and reported to the main tent. I saw it. He Lulan's expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and ordered the investigative Gu master to leave. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yuliang had schemed against him. Burying such a large number of charred thunder potato Gu required a lot of time. This time was actually given by He Lulan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to issue a challenge, purposely asking for a battle. In the end, cunning gentlemen spoke up and He Lulan delayed for a few days, only starting the battle when the rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang a chance. Explosions occurred continuously, causing many casualties to He tribe army. Most importantly, the pursuit was stopped, and He tribe army could only watch as Dongfang tribe retreated safely. Charred thunder potato Gu, although it was only a rank 2 Gu and had limited power, there were a lot of them. Other than that, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato Gu and a small number of rank 4 thunderclap potato Gu. Even if the Gu masters used defensive Gu to preserve their lives, their primeval essence would be greatly expended. Gu masters who had flying Gu worms were few in number after all. Even if these Gu masters chased after them, they were too weak and would instead give Dongfang tribe a chance to kill them. The Gu masters who were excited and eager to make contributions eventually returned to the main army with their faces covered in dirt and their bodies full of injuries. "We have already won today. That Dongfang lad is just struggling at death's door. It is not too late to kill him after this." He Lulan consoled them before starting to manage the post-battle work. Cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured, organizing the battle merits, these were all troublesome tasks that required a lot of energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to waste his precious time here. He found an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. In this battle, he was a great contributor, although he only fought a few times. Each time was crucial. With his battle achievements and strength, even cunning gentlemen had to shut up, and no one dared to say anything. The explosion did not injure the Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang had been paying attention to the battle situation, and after hearing the investigative Gu master's report, he felt some regret. In this battle, he had made Fang Yuan his #1 enemy. His threat level was even higher than He Lulan's. Chang Shan-yin was too crafty and ruthless. He did not care about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only rank 4 peak stage, he was much more difficult to deal with than He Lulan. Dongfang Yuliang had estimated that Chang Shan-yin had the highest chance of using the wolf group to chase after them. But his meticulously arranged trap did not kill a single wolf. Instead it killed a large number of He tribe Gu masters. Gu masters' lives were much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming, a strong enemy was not difficult to deal with. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he did not rely on his strength and was calm to the point of being unfeeling. That was quite troublesome. It was because of Fang Yuan's several attacks that caused Dongfang army to go from a slight loss to a complete defeat. The gap between the two sides widened. He tribe had the clear advantage while Dongfang army was at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Seeing that this battle had come to an end, in Niu Blessed Land, Gu Immortal Dongfang Naganori retracted his gaze and waved his hand, collecting the smoke on the stone table into his sleeve. He did not need to deduce to know that after this battle, Dongfang Yuliang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Unless He Lulan made a huge mistake, there was basically no hope of advancing into Imperial Court. But in the entire battle, Dongfang Yuliang's performance was remarkable. He resisted with a weak army and the battle was in a stalemate. It could be said that he had made full use of his strength. Especially when he purposely protected his tribe's strength, not a single feather arrow elite soldier was lost. This is his loyalty to the tribe. Next, it will be a test of his handling of the situation. Dongfang Naganori slowly closed his eyes. He was most satisfied with this point. Other tribes suffered heavy casualties. That was their problem, as long as Dongfang tribe did not suffer much losses. Chapter 521. In the air, the fiery red smoke rolled and evaporated, giving Fang Yuan a scorching feeling. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, but his mind was already in the fiery cloud. It's about time. He calculated the time in his mind as he slowly opened his eyes and took out a wine jar. The wine jar was filled with an eerie blue liquid, giving off the luster of seawater under the moon. Descend! Fang Yuan lightly shouted, and the fiery cloud in the air slowly descended, pouring into the wine jar. At once, water and fire fused, producing thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly spread, filling the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his fingers, as if he was in the middle of the night. He willed, and a suction force came from the wine jar, and in a few breaths of time, all the black smoke was sucked into the jar. The room was clear again, and there was a hint of sweetness left. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, throwing goo worms into the wine jar. The wine jar began to tremble slightly, and it only calmed down after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Fang Yuan looked at it and saw only black soil left in the wine jar. The goo worms that he had thrown in had already fused together perfectly, forming a half-finished product, hiding in the middle of the black soil. Rise. Fang Yuan carefully injected primeval essence. The surface of the black soil broke open, and a thin sprout appeared. The sprout was green like oil, growing rapidly, and in a short while, it had become a small sapling. The sapling could be seen with the naked eye, thickening and growing taller. On the contrary, the black soil in the wine jar decreased rapidly. When the black soil was reduced by 80%, the sapling stopped growing, and the entire tree crown gathered together like a tightly clenched jade-green fist. Open! Fang Yuan shouted, and at the same time, poured in a large amount of primeval essence. The emerald-green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval-shaped body with an armor-like shell on its back and a dark brown spine arched out. On its head, there was a strong horn, looking heavy and mighty. It had 4 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body gave off a shiny metallic luster. With one look, one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary item. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was the all-out effort goo. He had failed 3 times before and only succeeded on his 4th attempt. Fang Yuan observed carefully, tasting the differences between the all-out effort goo and the refinement process. The rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it came from southern border, it was suppressed by the region and only had a rank 2 aura. And the rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs. His body had become bigger, more than twice the size of a rank 3. Because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo worm and was no longer suppressed by the other region. It emitted a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has recovered by more than half. However, he still had to prepare the 5th grade recipe. Fortunately, I now have a blessed land and can communicate with jewel yellow skies, so I still have some connections with Langya blessed land. There is still hope to get the rank 5 recipe of the all-out effort goo. Fang Yuan stored the newly obtained all-out effort goo in his aperture and cleaned up before leaving the large lizard house goo. Outside the house, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large numbers of goo masters were moving between countless tents, busy with their own matters. Some were going to the supply camp to exchange for goo worms, some had just returned from cleaning up the battlefield, and some were constructing defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe Army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lolan's table, there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Ge Guang had also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping that Fang Yuan would help good tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic goo masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces, they only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new goo worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed, there was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of goo worms. Basically, as long as the goo master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He Tribe Army's casualties had already decreased by 80%, and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of goo masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 Gu masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace, and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangde, please come this way. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female Gu master immediately led him into a Gu house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels, there would be differences in treatment. Fang Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army. The treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangde, you are amazing in this battle, you are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful Gu master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a gaze of worship. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life, he only had 1 aperture. Even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a Gu immortal. But now, he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path Gu masters are most afraid of beheading the leader. I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength Chi Gu. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path Gu masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path Gu, as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. These space path Gu worms and materials were prepared to enter Luo Pa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luo Pa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough. He needed a rank 5 open door Gu. Open door Gu could allow fated people to enter Luo Pa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 closed door Gu to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangde actually exchanged for many strength path Gu, a large number of space path Gu worms, and such a large number of Gu refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female Gu master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path Gu worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a Gu master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all Gu masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangde want these space path Gu worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path Gu worms to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Gu masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of Gu refinement materials, was Wolf Wangde interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path Gu worm? The female Gu master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to Gu masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn. The female Gu master said warmly. Chapter 523. Facing He Lolan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed along with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he was intelligent and often planned ahead, the gap between the two sides was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths had emerged endlessly. Even Chi path, strength path and others had flourished for a time, but they were not able to destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own strengths and weaknesses. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times changed and the environment changed, the resources that Gu masters needed to cultivate decreased, the path's vitality would also deteriorate. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down until today. Even though Wisdom path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be unique. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom path Gu master. Even though he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had his own killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge. It could not last long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, maybe I would have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to a Gu immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, water demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward. Wind demon, come out and die, he shouted, pointing out Hao Ji Lu's name. Wind demon was furious, shouting, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades were formed. It shot out. Why are you only using these old tricks? Water demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet the attack. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind demon's attacks were sharp. He was good at weaving and moving, while water demon's moves were wild and unrestrained. It was majestic and mighty. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe. Wind Demon was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a fully deserving giant of Northern Plains, and the pillar of Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was almost up, and he did not have much time left, thus he was anxious to leave behind his inheritance. Previously, Dongfang Naganori had high standards, and chose a few Gu Immortals, but none of them caught his fancy. Now, although Dongfang Yuliang did not meet all of his standards, he was still a rather satisfactory candidate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, even though Dongfang tribe was a super tribe, one of the largest forces in Northern Plains. Of course, This was also because the righteous path Gu immortals had privately banded together and prohibited the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori. Similarly, the demonic path Gu immortals who had been schemed against by Dongfang Naganori hated Dongfang Naganori to the bone. Dongfang Naganori had schemed against countless people, and at the final juncture of his life, he was schemed against by countless people. He himself was clear that he had offended too many Gu immortals. Even the righteous path did not want to see him continue living. Heibai understood that this meeting with Dongfang Naganori would be the last time he would see this legendary Gu immortal of Northern Plains. Thus, he was filled with admiration and nostalgia. The colorful smoke on the stone table continued to surge, showing the situation of the battlefield to the two without leaving out any details. Dongfang army originally had a disparity in terms of formation, and after Pan Ping killed Tang tribe leader, Dongfang tribe's disadvantage became even greater. Eventually, Dongfang Yuliang directly invited He Lulan to battle, and personally went to battle. He wanted to rely on his own strength to struggle for a trace of hope. But in the end, he and He Lulan fought to a draw. When night fell, He Lulan gave the order to launch an all-out attack. As night fell, the Night Wolves' battle strength rose sharply. Wave after wave of wolf tides, under Fang Yuan's command, attacked Dongfang army's final defensive line. Dongfang army's morale was low, and their hearts were in chaos. Even though Dongfang Yuliang had made many arrangements, the defensive line only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken. Dongfang Yuliang had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe came to an end. The personal grudge between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang also came to an end with He Lulan's victory. This junior, Dongfang Yuliang, has no other problems, but he is too concerned about his sister. In order to protect his sister, he actually divided a portion of the army and formed a rear army, placing his sister inside. Dongfang Alliance Army's military strength was originally weaker than He tribe's. This division caused the difference in military strength to become even greater. If not for this, the first battle's outcome would not have been so great. Chapter 525. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he had countless schemes and often planned ahead, the gap between the two was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths emerged endlessly, blossoming like 100 flowers. Even Qi path, strength path and others were popular for a time, but they did not destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own merits and flaws. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times change and the environment changes, the resources Gu masters need to cultivate decrease, the vitality of the path would also age. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down to this day. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be a unique one. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had a unique killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge and could not last for long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, I might have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, Only by advancing to Gu Immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward to fight. Wind Demon, get your ass out here and accept your death. He shouted loudly, calling out Wind Demon by name. Wind Demon was enraged. He growled, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his goo while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades formed and shot out. Why do you only use these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet it. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp, and he was good at weaving in and out, while Water Demon's moves were wild and majestic. These two people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the two armies focused their attention on these two people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe, and Wind Devil was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. He Lulan thought for a while and said vaguely. But everyone was clear that He Lulan's words meant that she wanted to seek help from the Gu immortals behind her. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Fang Yuan changed again. This wolf king Xianxia, how could his luck be so good? He was able to make Gu immortals help him form a mutated beast wolf group. If he had to do it himself, he might not be able to accumulate so many resources in 20 to 30 years. Why didn't we receive such nurturing? Everyone's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. In the end, it was because Fang Yuan was using Changshan Yin's name, an enslavement pathmaster who could turn the tide. If He tribe wanted to win against Lu tribe, the most sensible way was to focus on Fang Yuan and give him resources. If I remember correctly, even with the mutated beast wolf group, Wolf Wang Da's battle merits are still at the bottom of the battle merit board, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy as he pretended to think of something and reminded with good intentions. I can't get a mutated beast wolf group out of thin air. Fang Yuan nodded righteously. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for them. Of course, I don't have enough battle merits now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that can't be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted in their hearts, "You still have the cheek to say this? You are really shameless. You have already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits. You still want to borrow more? In the whole He tribe army, you are the only one borrowing battle merits. That rank 5 amplify effect Gu, don't you feel uneasy holding it in your hands?" In fact, not only did Fang Yuan not feel uneasy, he even pushed his luck. Just the mutated beast wolf group is not enough, I also need the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, the success rate of refining a rank 5 Gu is too low. I have 3 rank 4 Gu in my hands, but I don't dare to advance to rank 5. He Lulan gritted his teeth. The number of times he asked for help from the tribe was also limited, and the more he asked for help, the lower the tribe's evaluation of him. But there was no other way. In order to defeat Lu Wenwu, he could only nod and say to Fang Yuan, "I will think of a way." While He Lulan and the others were plotting, Lu Wenwu and the others were also considering how to fight He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Changshan is the biggest problem. In today's battle, it was because of him that our army suffered disastrous losses. At least 30,000 Gu masters died in the wolf's mouth. Sigh. This number makes my heart bleed. Everyone came to join me because they trusted me. But it was because of my incompetence that caused such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu sighed with tears in his eyes. "Big brother, how can we blame you? We can only blame these Gu masters for being useless." Mo Shirkwang almost jumped up, consoling loudly. Wolf King Changshan might have a great reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Bai Sang proudly snorted, commenting in a disdainful tone. The Grand Wolf King is actually hiding in a dark corner like a mouse, acting sneakily and sneakily. It is truly disgraceful. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he opened his eyes and asked, "Does anyone have a method to deal with Wolf King?" Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Bai Sang did not speak. They were proficient in battle. This kind of scheming was not their forte. "I have a plan." Bei Chaochuan stood up and spoke with assurance. Wolf King Changshan was originally a Chang tribe member. Although he said he would take revenge, his bloodline relationship with Chang tribe cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Changshan best friend. Chapter 5:35. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjie looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time, the investigative Gu master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read, He tribe and Lu tribe's two armies have started fighting. Both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle. They are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui tribe's army is being attacked by the alliance army of the Seven Routes. Yi Lui Sang cannot hold on alone, even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts. He is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Baoya agreed to Yang tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang tribe's alliance army. New Air Army did not continue to attack, instead resting and gathering strength. They are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant. He was inwardly happy. He Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for imperial court this time. To think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal Gu, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes. I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Gu immortals who were eyeing 88-point Xinyang Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader. He knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard, and Gu immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And as tribes with Huang Jin bloodline, in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with demonic path Gu immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often, they would enter the blessed lands of demonic path Gu immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. It was like placing a bet on this chessboard. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, as long as the immortal Gu was taken by mortals in the Imperial Court contest, the Gu immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal Gu on Yi Lui Sang that he became the target of the Gu immortals. Thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yelu family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yangping have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the imperial court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nertu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the Gu immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall, the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing. If we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the imperial court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists, and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shan-yin, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then his only way out would be to elope with Ni Shui Tong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic Gu master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. But, why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shan-yin was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? Ni Shui Tong cried bitterly. She was extremely agitated. These days, she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shan-yin reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries and worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shan-yin? If Chang Shan-yin agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shan-yin is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Ni Shui Tong raised her head and asked repeatedly. No, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously. Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shan-yin should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shan-yin. He is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. There is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it, Chang Shan-yin still does not know Chang Jiyu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? This blood is thicker than water. Thinking about how Chang Jiyu might be killed by his wolf group, in the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Ni Shui Tong heard this and gradually calmed down. Alright, don't worry, I am here. Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Ni Shui Tong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? He was an expert in reconnaissance, and as he observed the battle, he saw through Mo Shi Kuang's tricks. Along with Qi Explosion Gu, Qi Armor Gu became a sharp weapon that could attack and defend. A Gu master's use of Gu depended on their heart. When different Gu worms were used together, they would often form an effect that complemented each other. This Mo Shi Kuang is so fierce. This is the first time I've seen someone actually suppress Brother Zhu Zai. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the two started. He had a deep understanding of Zhu Zai and understood that Zhu Zai was already using his full strength, but the other party was still skillful and at ease, clearly much more at ease than Zhu Zai. Suddenly, a wild boar's roar resounded in the air. A strength path phantom of a grand emperor boar, as large as an elephant, appeared in the air with awe-inspiring might. Grand Emperor Boar was a mutated beast among boars. Its beast strength could not be underestimated. After more than 10 rounds, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a strength path phantom. Immediately his attack power burst out, catching Mo Shi Kuang unprepared. The huge strength surged and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Zai used this opportunity to attack, activating his trump card Gu Worm. In the air, the gradually dissipating Grand Emperor Boar Phantom condensed again. And at the same time, 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom! An enormous strength burst out as Zhu Zai punched, creating a sonic boom. Mo Shi Kuang felt a sense of danger as he laughed crazily. Now this is interesting. Come, I'll show you my true power. He activated his movement Gu and quickly flew up, dodging Zhu Zai's 3 boars explosion in the process. Zhu Zai's fist landed on the grassland, sending rocks and soil flying, creating a huge crater. Imo Kwang's snow-white hair fluttered as he floated in the air, punching towards Zhu Zai, who was on the ground. Bam bam bam, balls of fist chi rained down like a meteor shower. Zhu Zai continued to dodge while punching, destroying these fist chi. Soon, he fell into a disadvantageous position. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's most common weakness as a strength path was exposed. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked a long-range attack method, so once Imo Kwang changed tactics, he was suppressed. Not good, we will lose if we defend for too long. If this goes on, brother Zhu Zai will not be able to hold on. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's background, and seeing this scene, he was extremely anxious and quickly requested to fight. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and directly agreed. Just a mere variant human, I will deal with you. Gao Yang lightly shouted, traces of cloud chi lingering around his body, condensing into ribbons and bringing him forward. Don't think of bullying with numbers. Ouyang Baisang coldly snorted and moved almost at the same time. After the initial battle, the Gu Masters' primeval essence expenditure was intense and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way, the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher-level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Gu and the mutated wolf group, the rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's Gu masters subconsciously chased after them. This way, the tight formation was torn apart. A mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves, including white eyes wolves, blood forest wolves, frenzy wolves, and shark fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Fang Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's Gu immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's Gu immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chao Chuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the Gu worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worms. A jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater. A portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chaochuan activated his goo worms again. An orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Chapter 543. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, the other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky, there was a light blue light. Fluttering fine snow, floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place. Even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was snowy mountain-blessed land. The base of Northern Plains' demonic path goo immortals. There were dozens of goo immortals. They occupied different peaks of the snowy mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Xianxia, was a famous demonic path rank 6 goo immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe. His snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now, he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's goo worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 goo. These water path and ice path goo worms can be used for research. There are still leftovers. I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Xianxia's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes. All of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans. They lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. Goo masters loved them greatly. After Xianxia inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Xianxia's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many goo immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Goo refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In jewel yellow skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many goo immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Xianxia had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for goo immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to jewel yellow skies. Let the other goo immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Xianxia owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money, his business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among goo immortals. But he had a huge regret. He had been a rank 6 goo immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal goo. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. We will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders, and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huang Jin bloodline will really. Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huang Jin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe. It will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said. Fang Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of enslavement path and strength path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life, he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in the legends of Renzu. When Renzu was in a death situation, to save his father, desolate Gue came to Chengbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open the legends of Renzu. Other than the azure wolves, Fang Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court-blessed land, they were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. Chapter 559. Wind was howling in his ears. The golden sky was glorious. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Wolf King's back. The wind blew his hair back. His gaze was solemn, showing a pondering expression. These last few days he had been trying to comprehend the secret language of Di Qiu inheritance, but there was no progress. A splendid palace gradually appeared at the end of their vision, with a flat, circular roof. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's gaze moved over, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A trace of emotion flashed past his face. The sacred palace, he had finally arrived. As Fang Yuan got closer, a majestic palace slowly showed itself. It had 8 floors, over 800 meters tall. The first floor, which was the bottom floor, had the largest area. The second floor was above the first floor, and so on for the third floor. Every floor had walls that formed concentric circles. The snow-white walls were 10 meters thick. The walls were connected without any gaps. On the city wall, there were 7 colored towers spaced at certain intervals. Each tower had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. They were separated from each other. Stacked on top of one another, the entire Saint Palace resembled a towering mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, the entire sacred palace seemed to have risen from the ground, appearing out of nowhere and piercing the heavens. Majestic, sacred palace. Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, he was in awe at this sight. What is flying in the sky? The Wolf King is here. Just like the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's appearance attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the sacred palace. Right now, there were over 10,000 people stationed in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they were near the sacred palace. Thus, they arrived earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had already instructed them. The Gu masters in charge of receiving quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the entrance of the first floor. The moment the myriad Wolf King under Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the guide Gu master went up and greeted, "Wolf Wangda, you have returned. This lowly one is fortunate enough to be responsible for guiding you into the city. Your residence is on the 8th floor, and your room has already been cleaned for you. No rush. Show me around first." Fang Yuan nodded and got off the Azure Wolf. Out of respect for the giant son Immortal, no one was allowed to ride mounts in the sacred palace. They could only walk on foot. "Sir, it's my honor." He followed the guide Gu master into the sacred palace. There were many pavilions and courtyards in the Saint Palace. Looking from the outside, the eaves were protruding outwards, the corners of the house were tilted upwards, and the copper tiles were gilded with gold. It was magnificent. All the buildings were built together and connected layer by layer. Some places were vast, bright, and grand. On the other hand, there were other places where corridors crisscrossed, palaces were everywhere, and space twisted and turned unfathomably. In the interior of the pavilion, be it the pillars or the beams, they were all covered with brightly colored paintings and carvings, full of the atmosphere of luxury and wealth. "Lord, this is Joy Palace. The great ancestor giant son is currently residing in the sacred palace, and every day, he would hold a grand musical celebration in this palace. According to historical records, in every celebration, there would be large numbers of concubines competing to perform a dance, hoping to win ancestor giant son's favor. Lord, this is Spring Soup Palace. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Every 7 days, ancestor giant son would invite hundreds or even thousands of concubines to soak in the water and play.